We are good to go.
All right. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to this meeting of the Early Learning Council on May 28th, 2025. Good to see you all. Hope you've had a great long weekend and are now obviously diving into another short week. So, Gabby, will you call the roll, please, for the council?
Yeah, of course. Chair Miller, you are here. Katie Brooks,
Here.
Peter Buckley,
Here.
Elizabeth Farrar Campbell,
Here.
Robin Hill Dunbar,
Here.
Eric Hunter,
Here.
Dr. Peg Miller,
Here.
Subin O,
Here.
Ruby Ramirez,
Here.
and Marie Simons.
Here.
Great. Everyone is here, so we have a full quorum.
All right. Thanks, Gabby. So, Council, as you know, today we're going to be focusing on workforce development. Obviously, it's a topic I'm guessing has come up at every single council meeting because we know we can't provide services to kids and families and all of their caregivers and support systems without the workforce. So, very core topic for the work that we are committed to. Obviously, there's so many different angles on workforce, certainly working to support the existing workforce, whether that's through looking at compensation or professional development, coaching, etc. And then, of course, trying to recruit and train new workforce to expand the capacity of services for kids and families. We know that partnering with agencies, both public and private, is essential in this work. And we also know, because we know Oregon pretty well, it will look different from region to region. So we know there's no one rubber stamp for Oregon. We have an amazing array of panelists joining us today. And I'm excited to say that Gabby is going to be facilitating each of the panels. So she will sort of give the overview of each panel and then she will introduce the panelists. So with that, unless there are any questions, I will turn it over to Gabby. All right.
Thanks, Sue. Yeah. Great. Super excited to have this first panel. So, Council, the goal of this first panel is really to educate you all on the state's role and approach for the early childhood system workforce. So, and with this first panel, we have Julia Pontoni, who's the Director of the Office of Workforce Investments at the Higher Education Coordinating Commission, or HEC. We also have Sherry Dunn, who's the Chair of the Workforce and Talent Development Board, and Johnny Fierro, who's the CTE Human Resources and Career Exploration Education Specialist at the Oregon Department of Education. And panelists, if I mispronounced any of your names, please feel free to correct me. I want to make sure that I have them right. And we're going to go ahead and get things started with Julia, followed by Sherry and Johnny. And it's going to be a really similar approach to what you've all seen in the past, Council, is we'll go through the panelists and then open it up for engagement and discussion with you all. So with that, I want to go ahead and turn it to Julia. And Julia, I have your slides pulled up.
Oh, great.
So Julia, on behalf of the council, I want to welcome you back.
Thank you very much. It's good to see you all again. As Gabby already shared, I'm Julia Pontoni. I'm the Director of the Office of Workforce Investments. Oh, that's wrong. It should be Workforce Investments, not Workforce Development, at the Higher Education Coordinating Commission. You can go to the next slide, Gabby. Thank you. So the HEC's vision and mission are centered around equity and the value proposition of post-secondary education and training. And I just want to be clear, when people hear higher education, sometimes they first think just colleges and universities, but for the HEC, we're really focused on the full spectrum of post-secondary education and training. So that includes college degrees, but also workforce training, shorter-term certificates and credentials, and of course, 2 and 4 year degrees. Next slide. I'm just going to provide a brief overview of 4 of HEC's core functions and how they might support, how they do or could support the early childhood system: funding, leadership, coordination, and research and reporting. Next slide. So funding, one of the HEC's main missions is to provide funding to a variety of organizations and to students. HEC offices distribute funding to community colleges, universities, local workforce development boards, other workforce service providers, so like nonprofits, community-based organizations, and also directly to students through grants and scholarships. Much of the funding to organizations is distributed via formula that's either set by the HEC. So in the community college and university case, that formula is set by the HEC, or sometimes it's set in federal statute. So largely the money that my office distributes to the local workforce boards is set, the formula is set by federal statute. So we don't have a whole lot of flexibility there. We also have a number of competitive grant programs like Future Ready Oregon, and several programs in my office as well. Next slide. HEC administers several sector or industry specific workforce development grant programs. And typically the sector industry for these programs is determined by the legislature. So they pass a bill to fund, for example, a grant program focused on building the maritime workforce. Future Ready Oregon, most of Future Ready Oregon, as I think you know, was focused on healthcare technology and manufacturing. But sometimes my office is able to choose or recommend specific industries to prioritize. For example, we're currently in the process of making grant awards to support the behavioral health and housing production workforces. So that ties a little bit the behavioral health aspect to the early childhood system. And my office also applies for discretionary grants from the U.S. Department of Labor, and often those have a sector focus that we choose. So right now we're waiting to hear the results of our application to expand apprenticeship opportunities in early learning and care, behavioral health, and K-12 education. So hopefully we get that. Next slide, please. I won't talk too much about the Workforce and Talent Development Board because Sherry is here and will tell you all about that, but I just wanted to note that the board is supported by my office and the HEC. Next slide. In the workforce system, it's really critical that employers, industry associations, education and training providers, community partners, labor, and others come together to collaborate and co-create strategies to address sector-specific or regional-specific needs. And at the state level, that's really what the Workforce and Talent Development Board is focused on. Again, Sherry will talk more about that. And then we also have several industry-specific consortia in healthcare, manufacturing, and technology that were created under Future Ready Oregon. While these were the sectors mandated by Future Ready Oregon, it certainly is a model to bring together stakeholders or partners from all these different sectors, all these different like education, workforce, business sectors to talk about a particular industry, like it could be early learning and care, behavioral health, et cetera. And then at the local level, at the regional level, the local boards convene local sector partnerships, and they determine the key industries in their area. A number of the local boards have early learning and care or childcare as one of their key sectors. And so they're bringing partners together at the regional level to build workforce solutions for that industry. And you're going to hear from a couple of the local boards later. Next slide. Actually, I'm going to skip this one. Let's go to the next one to save some time. So the HEC and Oregon's public institutions of higher education are also working together to streamline the transfer of credits between Oregon community colleges and universities through the Oregon Transfer Council. As you've probably heard or probably know, it can be a little tricky to transfer from community college to university, and often students lose credits. And obviously that makes it a lot harder for folks to get the degree that they want or need for example, in early childhood education or a related field. And so this effort is really to create core transfer maps, which cover general education. So folks can get a set of core general education credits that will transfer to any of Oregon's public universities. And it also focuses on creating major specific transfer maps, again, that will allow students to transfer from community college into that degree program at a university. And one of the completed major transfer maps is in human development and family services. And this work isn't going to end. It will just be continual until most of the at least high demand degrees are completed. So there are certainly other opportunities there to support training these individuals for careers in the early care space. Next slide. The last body of work I want to touch on briefly is HEC's efforts to assess industry workforce supply and demand. Each biennium, the Workforce and Talent Development Board conducts a talent assessment that I'm sure Sherry will touch on, so I won't go deeply into that except to say that the past one did have a focus on early childhood education in addition to some other sectors. And then HEC has also recently contracted to do industry-specific assessments, semiconductor, forestry, behavioral health, housing production. I spoke a little bit about the behavioral health one last time. And with funding, this is certainly a model that we could expand and look at other aspects of the early childhood system as well. And I'll end my remarks there and look forward to discussion after the rest of the panelists. Thank you.
Thank you, Julia. And then now we're going to segue into Sherry. And Sherry, give me one quick sec. I'm just going to transition to pull up your slides.
Welcome back, Sherry. It's good to see you again. We appreciate you joining us.
Yeah, thanks for having me. Sorry, I'm feeling not the best today. The allergies, weather change, something is just like, ugh. But we will make it through.
I think several of us can relate to that.
Yeah. So good morning, everyone. I am the chair of the Workforce and Talent Development Board. And we're going to talk a little bit at a fairly high level about the board. Next slide. Just to give you kind of an overview. All right. So as the chair of the board, I want to, highlight the fact that early childhood care is, we believe for the board, and I know this is something that I brought to the board when I came, that childhood care is essential and it's strategic for our economic infrastructure. This is something that was always important to me from having come from the nonprofit background and seeing the impact that childcare had on workforce. So next slide. So the WTDB is the overall advisory board to the governor on workforce matters, including developing a strategic plan, evaluating the local boards, and all of this exists as a result of WIOA, which is the Workforce Innovation and Opportunity Act, which was signed in 2014, which establishes state workforce boards as a key part of the workforce system. So WIOA is the primary federal legislation that supports the development of the system that we have. We're appointed by the governor under the WIOA, and it's made up of, the WTDB is made up of leaders representing business, labor, local workforce development boards, community-based organizations, the legislature, local government, state agencies, and the majority of the board is to represent business. It's the interplay between what business needs and what the workforce system can bear and what the workforce system needs, right? Next slide. So Oregon's model is, so the relationship between the local boards and the state boards. Oregon's model is structured with alignment and flexibility. The WTDB sets statewide vision and develops the WIOA state plan and oversees the system-wide performance. And Julia referenced the talent assessment. Local workforce boards are place-based right? So they are in the local communities, engaging with local employers, understanding local needs, and delivering locally specific services. Oh, I could have turned off my phone. Forgot about that. So I will make sure to do that. So our relationship is what you would call interdependent with the state board, with the local boards. So we create architecture and accountability, and then they deliver the programs, if that kind of makes sense to folks. I tell you, I'm having a hard time today, this morning. Thank you. So the goal is to have a system that functions in a way that has accountability, but that has specific local agency. I mean, I think that's the key about why there are local boards. Our goal from the state board perspective is a cohesive, responsive workforce system that centers equity, evidence, and community voices, including early learning professionals. So we'll go to the next slide. So the WTDB contributes to expanding the workforce in 3 critical ways. And just hit, yeah, there you go. Prioritizing early learning in state strategy. The early childhood sector fits squarely into what we define as critical workforce shortage and strategic workforce opportunity under local HB 3029. We look at system level investment and an equity focus. So as Julia referenced, through Future Ready Oregon and our ongoing implementation of HB 3029, we are embedding equity by prioritizing immigrant, refugee, rural, and BIPOC communities. Immigration with sector strategies. We have limited funding, discretionary funding, but through the funding of WIOA, we fund the support sector partnerships to co-design workforce pipelines that address credentialing, compensation, and burnout. Credentialing is something that the state board has been looking at for years, which is in what ways, how might we, and in what ways might we make credentialing a smoother process? Might we give credit for credentialing, address equity issues around credentialing? So we're trying to shift a system that fills vacancies to one that has career pathways. So one of the things that has come up in some of the sector-based conversations is, well, how do you get people into early learning, but how do you also give them a career pathway? What does their pathway look like writ large? And that may entice more people into the sector. Next slide. So yes, we have had widespread shortages. All Oregon counties are infant, toddler, child care deserts to some extent. I think you all already know that. Next, you just hit return there. Yep. COVID fallout, 22% drop in overall child care capacity, affordability gaps. As of 2018, the average annual cost was about $14,000. Low-income families spend up to 34% of their income on care. Equity concerns, women, especially women of color, bear the burden as both providers and users of care. So there are some policy fixes underway, ERDC reform, caps copays at 7% of income, and that could be a key step toward affordability. Next slide. Some promising local models. Multnomah County, of course, you all know about universal preschool access plus living wage. I don't know how many of you know about the Boardman Foods model, an employer subsidized childcare open to community, shared services alliance, business support, and digital tools, things like Wonder School. Next, little push of the slide there. Workforce navigation pilots to connect childcare with job training, boosting stability. Some of this slide, I should say, comes from my work as a consultant, looking at the childcare system in the state overall. So some of the key recommendations that came out of that was to reframe childcare as public infrastructure. Next little button push there. Build public-private funding pools and expand culturally competent, accessible care. Next slide. And also centralize systems, payment, navigation, and incentivize care for digital nomads in rural areas. So I went through that kind of fast, but there's a lot I could talk about, but I just want to give you a high level high-level overview. And to Julia's point on the talent assessment, the WTDB has historically developed that with Eco Northwest, which is a Portland-based consulting firm, and we look strategically at the business and industry sectors, and we provide an assessment of the talent that is available and what is needed in the workforce system. So, want to talk too long?
Thank you so much, Sherry. And then with that, Johnny, I know you have a couple slides as well, but I'd like to segue into Johnny Farrow.
Can you see my screen okay?
Yes.
Okay, thank you for that. Good morning, Chair Miller and members of the council. Thank you for the opportunity to be here. It's truly a pleasure. I'm excited to share how Oregon's Career Technical Education Programs, or CTE as we refer to it, support and strengthen early childhood care systems and workforce development. I wanted to start by grounding ourselves in what career technical education really is. I think it's a term we throw out there and not everybody fully understands what goes into it. A state-approved CT program of study is more than just a course or an elective. It's a planned, non-duplicative sequence of career-focused courses that span both high school and post-secondary education. These programs are designed to lead students toward meaningful next steps those might be a certificate, a degree, or an industry-recognized credential. Either way, it provides competitive advantage in the workforce. CTE courses are contextualized and hands-on, meaning students are applying what they learn in real-world, career-connected ways. And equity and access and inclusion are built into the design, ensuring all students can see themselves in pathways and have support to succeed. And finally, to be an approved CTE program of study, they must address all required elements as shown on this slide. And what we hope you know is that CTE is about preparing students for life beyond high school in real, tangible ways. And while CTE is most commonly associated with careers that are classified as high wage, high demand, early childhood education may not always show up on high wage industry employment data. However, the state values its lasting impact on communities, families, and learners. And we recognize that employment data doesn't give the full picture and understanding. And we understand how vital early childhood education is to Oregon's infrastructure and long-term workforce needs. And we will continue to build systems that support this career technical education pathway. We currently have 30 state-approved CTE programs that are focused only on early childhood education, and 29 in education and training general programs, which combine both ECE and teacher education knowledge and skills. These programs offer early exposure to the field and a solid foundation for post-secondary and career success. You might be noticing that the majority of these programs are concentrated along the I-5 corridor, though, which highlights a gap in access for small, rural, and remote school districts. Many of these districts operate EC centers themselves, but maybe due to staffing limitations and school size, they don't have the capacity to develop a full program of study, which is 3 full credits in addition to the requirements shown on the previous slide. Because of that, we can only report on state-approved CTE programs, and much of that great work goes unrecognized in our data, but I wanted to just emphasize that we know there's work happening in that. This is something that we're working to learn more about as we are actively exploring ways to better support and elevate EC opportunities in our rural and remote communities. ODE also supports Oregon's early childhood education system in several key ways, and while I can't go through all of those, here's a few that I want to highlight. In terms of career development, we know equity and access begin with early and ongoing exposure to careers. And our career-connected learning efforts help school districts introduce career exploration as early as kindergarten with pathways like education and human development. These early experiences help our students connect learning to real opportunities and spark interest in fields like ECE. Our programs of study, as I've already discussed, some support high quality instruction and hands-on work-based learning through internships, school-based enterprises, and service with local early learning providers. These experiences build awareness, social capital, and essential skills for our students. All of our CTE programs are also required to align with their post-secondary partners. We support dual credit agreements that allow students to earn credit in high school. They work through the Oregon Registry online steps, offering clear workforce entry and advancement through training. This serves as an industry recognized credential. And our work is guided by Perkins 5 and the high quality CTE knowledge and skill statements. We use data and needs assessments to expand these opportunities and carefully monitor our focal group participation opportunities for rural students and other underserved focal groups. Career technical student organizations are another factor that helps support student leadership and career readiness in early childhood education. Students often lead outreach, participate in career development events, and are recognized as promoting literacy and career opportunities within their communities. And finally, partnerships are essential to our overall impact, and we collaborate with the Department of Early Learning and Care, community colleges, and the local Center for Career Development. This shows up in our work like the CTE Knowledge and Skills Statewide Program of Study PLCs, the Grand Articulation Summit, the OAEYC Conference, and the upcoming Oregon Registry Online Steps revision will actually have a section dedicated to CTE. We know lasting change happens through collaboration by breaking down silos and building strong cross-sector relationships. And when we work together, we can create more connected and effective early learning systems for all. Some key levers that we use to support early childhood education are Perkins 5 funding through the comprehensive needs assessment to guide local investment in CTE programs. The needs assessment helps our districts align their offerings with regional labor market needs, including early childhood careers, while collaborating closely with community partners to design effective solutions. In addition, CTE programs can apply for CTE revitalization grants and may earn secondary career pathway dollars to support this work. All programs of study must meet industry standards and connect to post-secondary pathways. Early childhood programs often include hands-on learning and embedded credentials, as I mentioned, like ORO steps. Our industry advisory committees are also key and play an important role in approving programs and supporting systems designed around career-connected learning. These partners also engage in the licensure process for our CTE teachers, ensuring educators meet industry and educational standards. And to strengthen the pipeline, OD supports pathways and recruitment efforts for those CTE instructors who have the knowledge and experience and skills within early learning systems. School districts and regional CTE coordinators work with industry partners to recruit professionals with at least 2,000 hours of experience before they can become licensed teachers within a CTE program of study. And this effort helps us sustain both high school programs and broader workforce needs. Finally, OD collects and shares data on program access, student outcomes, and workforce alignment. This data drives accountability and highlights gaps where targeted improvements can be made. As far as systems recommendations, we have a few for strengthening Oregon's early learning workforce, and that starts with strong cross-curricular or cross-sector collaboration. Again, we'll continue to work with DELC, HEC, Workforce Talent and Development Boards, and community partners to align our pathways and showcase the value and opportunities within these career sectors. A key part of this effort is reinforcing the leadership role of our CTE regional coordinators. These coordinators serve as the vital connectors between K-14 education systems and workforce partners, helping to implement regional strategies and ensure alignment across sectors. Secure, sustainable funding and flexibility, particularly for small, rural, and remote schools, are always a factor. Expanding work-based learning is also critical. We will rely on relationships and regional intermediaries to help us manage student placement, track hours, and ensure high-quality experiences in early childhood education settings. And finally, to support seamless transitions, we need to build stronger school to college connections, ongoing professional development with our secondary and post-secondary partners, sharing resources, and we are anxious to the development of major transfer maps, which would further help us align our students and programs so that they can seamlessly navigate post-secondary options as quickly as possible. So that was a fast run through of a lot of complicated information. And so I hope I leave you here knowing that we're committed to the growth and development of our early learning care systems. And I look forward to our discussion.
Johnny, thank you so much. And then now with that, want to open it up for questions or comments from council. Johnny, could you stop screen sharing when you get a second? Thank you so much. And Subin, I see that you have your hand up.
I was chomping at the bit. So thank you all. I felt like this was to everyone who prepared this agenda. Thank you, because hearing from HEC and then Workforce Talent Development Board and then CTE programs, I feel like these are three key levers that are going to help us to kind of make a dent in or maybe even resolve our workforce issues, right? I feel like something that I was curious about and wanting to hear more about was this, Julia, in your presentation around sector specific, addressing the workforce in a sector specific way at the HEC level. And I feel like you already kind of commented that there is kind of a process underway where early childhood is being named. And I'm happy to hear that, because I do feel like the kinds of issues that I'm hearing on the ground around workforce is going to require some sector specific planning. Because it's not just about transferring in-demand courses, it's also about transferring those early childhood courses that people are getting in their two-year programs. Oftentimes they end up showing up as electives on their transcripts when they get into the four-year universities. I think there's also, from the four-year universities, people will get a step 10 through like psychology or family studies and those types of things. But in the two-year universities, they're getting coursework on like how to design early childhood environments, how to do family engagement, how to do play-based learning with kids. And those early childhood courses are showing up more in the two-year programs than in the four-year programs. And all of that is to say there's probably a longer laundry list of things we could do at the higher ed level. I feel like we do need a sector specific conversation there. And then the other thing that I just want to say, because I think multiple people were talking about, career pathways, right? And making sure that there's a career pathway. The elephant in the room on that one is compensation, right? Like when people climb and they get their degrees or they get, higher up in their work, people we need to think about that. What is the political lever that's going to help us to get to higher compensation for people? But at any rate, I want to appreciate everyone's presentations.
Thanks, Subin. And panelists, anything to add? Julia, I know Subin mentioned just some comments around HEC's specific work, so just wanted to give a chance for folks to respond.
I just want to, like, your last point about compensation, I think is so important, because I hear providers, local boards in my world saying, we don't always want to train people to go into early childhood education because they're not going to make a living wage. So that is so real. And yeah, I couldn't agree with you more.
Yeah. I'd also like to add to that, in addition to the wage, which I subtly tried to incorporate in there, it is a hard conversation to have with high school students as they're looking at their long-term growth. And I know that is the elephant in the room and everyone's aware of that. But I think what people don't understand sometimes is that major transfer maps play an important role in CTE program development as well. And so we typically think of them as an agreement just between a community college and a university. But we can start designing that learning continuum, starting with dual credit courses in high school, when we have some standardization there. And so the elementary education folks have recently released theirs, and it's been a game changer for our CTE program development and alignment. And I hope that continues to be our priority in early childhood education as well.
The only thing I would add to that is that we also, in addition to wage, have to look at career mapping and that is both for employer and employees, helping people understand that this particular job can also move to nursing, or this job can move to not as this is not a job of value in and of itself, but that these credentials have working opportunities beyond the particular position you start in. So hand in hand with wage is career mapping, I think.
Thank you all so much. And Marie, I see that you have your hand up.
Thanks so much. I really enjoyed the presentation. So thank you for that. Two things I wanted to sort of kind of questions and just kind of statements. I attended last week the Southwestern Oregon Economic Development Summit. And there was a great panel with community college presidents and four-year university presidents. And one of the things that came out of that was one of our number one barriers for students is the fact that the credits from community college to four-year universities are not transferring at a direct line. And so I just want to underscore that issue as like we're literally putting the burden on the backs of students who go to community college primarily because they're localized and it's affordability for them too. There are probably many other reasons, but that's certainly one. But the disservice we're doing by not letting those credits transfer equally to if they would like to pursue their education to a four-year university. I just want to underscore what a huge issue that is. And I know, Julia, it sounded like you mentioned it. So one of my questions was around what's the timeline? I heard sector specific. I love the idea of, generalizing, but starting with sector specific is great. So my first question is around timeline. And then my second question, it was really for Sherry. In your presentation, Sherry, you talked about the workforce and some of these issues really being localized. But I guess if I'm taking a look at it from a hat of somebody who's sitting in rural, we know because of the state's licensing that there are only so many buckets in which childcare sits. So if we're talking about what is the need for the workforce, we can do that financial model based on urban and rural rates we know through ERDC and other funding programs available to be able to tell people really specifically, this is what you will earn if you live in this location and you have this business. There's only a couple of models the state has given us for childcare. So I'm wondering, Sherry, have you all done that financial analysis so that we can help direct people specifically into a career path that they know what they will earn when they get out?
Well, I'll start since it's the last question, or the last question, we go backwards. But there have been assessments regarding pay in, like you say, urban and rural. But I do want to clarify, when I spoke about local board solutions, what I was referring to is that local boards have the power to set their workforce agenda, that we do not impose on local boards what their workforce agenda should be. They know their community the best. They know their resources the best. They are the ones who steward that. So I just want to be clear about that. But there has been data on the pay, the costs, the availability of childcare in different regions. And I think to the point about increasing wages is we can tell people you can go into this career, but people look at the wages and they say, okay, well, I don't want to go into that, or I don't know where that leads to. So, and I don't want to speak for the HEC, so I'll have Julia speak about what they have done, but I did want to clarify that. So, yeah.
Thanks.
And I'll talk about the transfer between community colleges and universities. First, I'll note that's not out of my office. It's a different office within the HEC, although I used to work on that many years ago. But so the human development major transfer map is created already. That's set. And then I believe it's 3 transfer maps per year. It might be per biennium, but I think it's per year is what the statute says. But that's, among any majors. And so from what I understand, the way that they prioritize and decide what to work on is really what is in demand by students, like what students are trying to transfer most into, what degrees students are trying to transfer most into. But I'd be happy to connect you all with the office that does that work. And if you are interested in learning a little bit more about that. Would that answer your question? Sort of.
And then I know there was another part to your question, right, Marie, around the timeline of sector-specific work. Not sure if you can speak to that a bit, Julia.
Timeline of sectors. Could you say a little bit more about what you're
I
wondering?
think you talked about the degree transfer or class transferring. It's what Subin was really talking about, which is, if you take a class at a community college and then you decide you're going to go to 4-year, does that transfer? And similarly, are those credits or those classes sort of equalized with respect to what's expected from licensing?
Right, because
Right.
four-year universities won't have the same syllabi. This is what I understand to be the issue. The
Yeah.
syllabi are different, and so then the four-year universities don't have the same programs that the two-year programs have.
Yeah, and I'll also say the 4-year programs across universities are different. And I think that's actually the biggest challenge is being able to create transfer maps from any community college to any university, getting all of the universities to agree on the same requirements from community college, and then getting all the community colleges to also agree on their programs. It's difficult, and it's mandated. It's in statute that, we all have to work together to do this, but it takes time and a lot of negotiation. And, early childhood education programs aren't always prioritized, but that's certainly something I think you all could advocate for with the HEC is, hey, you really need to prioritize this.
Thanks, Julia. And just noting Subin's comment in the chat that it would be really game-changing to have a sector-specific early childhood higher ed conversation. And Robin, I know you had your hand up, and then we'll go to Peter.
Thank you. I appreciate each of your presentations. I learned a lot. I had a couple of brief questions. Everything else has been asked or addressed already. I think for Julia, my question, you mentioned the sector-specific grants and that behavioral health was an additional area. Are there specific call outs for early childhood, advanced, or specific training for behavioral health? Because we have such a shortage of behavioral health providers that often the efforts are in general behavioral health, and that birth to 5 specialized training is often missed. I was just curious if that is something called out.
It's not called out in the current opportunities we have, but it's certainly something we can call out in the future. And we know that the shortage in that area is even greater.
Much greater. Thank you. I appreciate that. It really would support all of the early childhood mental health work that this council has been listening to work on. And then my second question was to Sherry. The ECE, CTE programs across Oregon, mostly around I-5. Is there anything you would recommend? Like what would it take to have that not just be an I-5 corridor? Is there recommendations or barriers that you see?
Well, I mean, I think that we have to look at models that are working, and we have to think about what does regional solutions look like differently. I referenced some work that I did with Work Systems as a consultant where we did pull together a consortium of people, a task force, a childcare task force that was in 2021, where we really dug into, what did the state of play look like in childcare around the state and what were some of the things needed. And, it's a combination of things there. We clearly need at the state level, ideally at the federal level, but at the state level, a sense of childcare as, like healthcare, like something that has to be funded. But the solutions, though, because childcare is so place specific, are going to have to look different. It's one reason I referenced the Boardman model, because Boardman grew through the company's need to have employees who showed up. And then from there, they expanded to the community, but they also engaged the state to get certain waivers. And, we have to look at those types of models and think like, how can we apply that better to different communities? And I think that's, one of the ways to approach it.
Can I add on to that?
Yeah.
I want to explain a little bit of the nuance for our CTE programs. And one is what is required to be a CTE program, a study. There's several factors, including a CTE endorsed teacher, the ability to have 3 non-duplicative credits over the course of the program of study, the alignment pieces, the work-based learning opportunities, all those, which the more rural and remote you get, the harder it is to access some of those. So I was in a tour of Eastern Oregon just 2 weeks ago visiting CTE programs. And what I noticed is that our school districts, our K-12 school districts, are providing a lot of early childhood care in their settings. They are the provider, running their own centers through Preschool Promise or whatever it is that they may be using to fund that. We need to look at our systems at ODE in terms of where we can provide flexibility to CT programs around the size scale requirements of that. And so we have small rural work groups that are looking at that. And this isn't a unique distribution specific to early childhood education. So the majority of our programs in rural remote school districts are agriculture programs, and they're the only one. And so we're continuing to say, how do we provide better access to CTE program across the state, and are actively working on flexible models within that.
Thank you, Johnny. Peter.
Thanks for the presentations from all three of you. I want to echo what Robin said, Julia. We have such a gap in early childhood behavioral health services. I was at Central University just last week talking to their graduating class of master counseling students, and none of them are focused on early childhood. They'd like to. Several said they'd like to, but there just weren't course offerings for them in terms of early childhood help. I want to go back to the wage issue, but also the kind of data issue. Are any of you tracking? This came up in a conversation here. We're launching a fast track program at Rowe Community College, and the question came up saying, can we find out where these students are still working in the field 2 years from now? Is anybody tracking the outcomes of the investments that we're making in terms of the CTE programs or the workforce programs or the community college programs to let us know what's working the best for our investment? Because if we could see that the fast track programs produce people that are working in the field 2 years later at a higher salary rate, whatever that information could be, might make it helpful for us to make the case for viewing this as an infrastructure and showing that there are ways to actually create the infrastructure.
From the, oh, go ahead.
Go ahead, Julia.
I don't know that anybody is actively tracking that right now. I think we have some capability to do that. I don't know how granular we could get with from program to program. You know, I'm not sure exactly what fast track is, but I'm not sure we could say fast track, this happens, this AA degree, this happens. But I think we could look at different AA degrees, different BA degrees, and where they are a couple years later employed. If we had, you know, a mandate to do that research project. It sounds a little like the talent assessment or the sector specific assessments that my office has done, and we could focus on that. Yeah.
It'd be helpful. Thank you.
Yeah, the other part of answer to that may be the local boards again. The longitudinal studies are better placed there, and it's going to give you a snapshot. It's not going to tell you everything, but local boards or local nonprofits have a better handle on being able to potentially do that. But again, that's additional work, that's additional cost. But that might be a better place to place something like that to try to get that information.
Thank you. And then just noting in the chat, Ruby just commented, it seems as though that there should be a mechanism with the Oregon Registry at OCCD, and noting, and you'll all hear from Courtney, who's going to be on our next panel, just kind of noting that Northwest Oregon Works actually tracks that info through their behavioral health program. So maybe we can ask her some questions after her panel. And Liz.
Hi, thank you everyone for your presentations. This was great. I wanted to follow up, I think, with Johnny on the CTE programs. For background, I am sitting right now in Condon, Oregon, Gillum County, about as rural as it gets. And typically, the superintendents, when you talk to them about CTEs, the big concern is, I'm 2 blocks away from our high school, which has about 40 students. And so at any given time, maybe they have 2, 3 students that may be interested in, say, early education. It's not enough to have a teacher. And so my question is, but we do have a community college that has a really strong early education program. When you're talking about sort of that coordination between high schools and in particular community colleges, I think in rural Oregon, is there an opportunity for those high schools to be meeting their CTE requirements by utilizing courses that are actually being taught by our community college instructors? Because that seems to me, I mean, we've talked about as an alternative, figuring out if there are ways to get multiple school districts to sort of pool their kids. But it's very difficult with how far students have to travel to figure out how to deliver that in, especially in Eastern Oregon, where schools may be 2, 3 hours apart from each other. So I was wondering if maybe community colleges might be that key to unlocking those CTE programs in Eastern Oregon.
Well, I mean, I think that community colleges can definitely be a part of the equation, and maybe still the schools can. At the Working Together conference, which is state boards conference they had a provider there who was working on or had developed remote mechanism to provide CTE. And I think that is the question is how in these dispersed areas could either community colleges or high schools come together to develop remote curriculum that young people could participate in, and maybe a cohort model during school hours because it gets complicated after school that could fill that distance gap. So I cannot remember off the top of my head the provider who was there, but yeah, that's one thought I have.
Yeah, there is opportunities. Sometimes school districts will contract with their local community college to provide that instruction. They'll even use their facilities sometimes. What it really takes is collaboration between business and industry, the school district, the regional CT coordinator to say, hey, we have a need and we need to do something, and then partner with us. And we can pilot programs. We can look at different opportunities. We've been working within innovation zone models, like tell us what you need and let's go back to the policies and see how we can make it work. And so if you have a vision for that, and let's come to the table together and plan individualized in that particular region, what does it need to look like? Where are the stop gaps and how do we solve for them? And so that's where I would start, is with your local school district, your CT regional coordinator, because that is a factor. There's only a finite number of students in any given career pathway that have an interest and an aptitude for that. And so finding those. Also, I think there's an opportunity to link education and training with early childhood. Again, those major transfer maps that allow people to navigate seamlessly. We often have students that will be in an early childhood program that say they want to go into elementary education, or in an elementary education program and want to go into early childhood, but they don't know that pathway, and they don't often streamline. They diverge in ways maybe that we could be more strategic about. And so I also wanted to point out that there was just approved in April a Human Development and Family Services major transfer map. I haven't had an opportunity to dig into it yet, but that may provide us some promising practices in that area. And so I'm going to go back to our partners and start looking at that in a little more detail, and it may be helpful for all of you to take a look at.
That'd be great. Thank you so much, Johnny. And council panelists, we are at time. Thank you so much. And Sue, I did see that you came off mute. Did you have any remarks?
Yeah, I just wanted to thank our 3 presenters very, very much, and not just for joining us today, but also for the work that you're doing and the realization that early childhood is an economic development driver in the state. And it's encouraging or refreshing, whatever the word is, to know that in each of your arenas and your professions, you recognize that and you're focused on that. So we look forward to partnering with you in the future and supporting the work that you're doing. So thanks very much for being here.
Thanks for
Thank
having me.
you.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Thank
Have a
you.
great meeting. On to your next panel. Bye-bye.
Yeah, thank you so
Bye-bye.
much. Council, thank you. And with that, I know we have two of our panelists here, so I am going to go a bit out of order. Or actually, never mind. There she is. So Council, this second panel, the goal here is really to provide you all with information about strategies that different workforce boards are using to support and address the early childhood workforce, and to hear from them about any systems recommendations they have. So in this panel, I'd like to welcome Georgia Conrad, who's the Executive Director and CEO of Oregon Workforce Partnership. Courtney Williams, who is the Behavioral Health Program Manager at Northwest Oregon Works, and Laura Pumphrey, she's the Apprenticeship Director at Southwestern Oregon Workforce Investment Board. And again, panelists, please correct me if I mispronounced your name or got your title wrong. Georgia, I'd like to kick things off with you and hoping you can just provide an overview of OWP and their role among their workforce boards and how you are prioritizing the greater early childhood workforce.
Thanks, Gabby. Hi, as she said, Georgia Conrad, Executive Director of the Oregon Workforce Partnership. And I know that I sent some slides over. Do you want to share those or should I?
Sorry, yes, I can share them. Georgia, give me one sec.
So I'm sure many of you know about the workforce boards. OWP is the Association of Oregon's 9 workforce boards. We focus on innovation, collaboration, and advocacy work to really enhance the role of the boards as a convener and a strong body in the workforce system. And thank you. So we can move forward. So I'll kind of gloss over. There's a lot of slides here. But if you have questions, please let me know. So we're here to champion workforce development so that we're visible, effective, and innovative. We do this through lobbying efforts, advocacy, working with stakeholders, business, and then we have innovative projects. And also very important is the collaboration aspect. Each of the boards has local autonomy in their region, but when we come together and collaborate, we can do some, really innovative statewide projects. I can talk more about that later. Move forward. There's some specific examples on how we do this advocacy. Really great example is the prosperity programs. We won $35 million in the legislature in 2022, and we've been using that to help support people through upskilling, retraining, and wraparound services in the workforce centers. This funding seems really great, but what it actually does is replace some of the federal funding that we've lost over the last 10 years. In 2016, we received per capita about $11.35, and now we're down to $6.66, which is a 41% decline over the last 10 years. The trucking crisis, we also have a bill in the legislature. CDL training is our #1 ITA in the boards. So we support the trucking industry in a big way, getting people skilled and their CDL licenses. And our reentry project, this one I could talk about the whole time, but this one's really cool because all 9 workforce boards came in on a DOL grant. It's a really good example of collaboration. And and innovation, because it was a pilot program one of the boards took on, and then we took a statewide approach where OWP was the grantee from DOL, and then all the boards are subrecipients from the association. And this project, we're halfway through. We aim to have 900 people supported, and it's going to be great. So we'll just move quickly. I know I only have like 10 minutes. Here you can see the map. These are where all the boards reside, and some are pretty rural. If you think about Oregon geographically, you know, it takes 10 hours to get across. So for some of these boards, you know, working with their CBOs in Klamath Falls, like it takes them 6 hours just to go to a meeting. You can continue. I'm sure she'll send these slides to you, but you know, what I think is really unique about workforce boards is that they're federally mandated non-legal entities by the federal government. So they're positioned uniquely to bring people together and not be beholden to one single entity. That's why they're all run on grants. So if we have funding through the state, then we work with the state directly to meet the requirements of those grants or versus the federal government. So we, you know, some would say we're quasi-government, but we've really moved into this nonprofit arena. This is what, you know, our focus is. You know, we say our primary customer is business, but this is really about eligibility here. We work with people of all types and all ages and range, and focus on identifying how we can help business and what those future gaps are. Again, with the functions, we advocate, convener, coordinator, accountability, monitoring grant funds, making sure that we're strategically implementing resources in the most efficient and effective manner, no matter what the fund is, you know, whether it's childcare or transportation. Keep going. So I'm going to gloss over this too. You guys can read about what these are the 13 functions designated through WIOA. Keep going. And this is really what makes up the workforce board table. So for every board, all 9 boards, they have these meetings that are made up of 50% business, 20% labor. So we have everyone at the table making the decisions on what is the strategic priorities for the region. How do we, you know, choose our targeted sectors and, you know, make those decisions financially for the region as well. Sorry, it's hard when I'm not the one controlling that. It's okay. So WIOA is our backbone funding. This is our most flexible fund. And right now I'm speaking on behalf of the boards. The association works on dues and it really does the overarching perspective on how do we really enhance the work of the boards through public policy and innovative collaborative projects. But for the boards, WIOA is how we run our basic funds, our basic work through the WorkSource Oregon centers. Keep going. Keep going. And here we can see the WorkSource Oregon branding. I'm going to move ahead, and you can kind of just flip through these. On childcare, when we talk about specific targeted industry and sectors, we work with and convene quite a large group of people in the childcare arena. So, you know, specifically what we have been doing, and like I said, every region does it in their own way with that local autonomy. But from the statewide perspective, we've convened these meetings to really talk about what is the dilemma with childcare and how do we approach it? What does this look like? And, you know, the problems that have come up are, you know, there's doesn't seem to be like a coordinated approach. It's not directly fundable. It seems to be auxiliary to every industry and a problem to solve at every level. So it makes it like a much harder problem to solve. But the things that OWP has done, to convene those conversations. We are the statewide backbone organization for the Best Place for Working Families campaign, which was funded by the Ford Family Foundation. We have these meetings with four committees: employer engagement, advocacy, workforce development, and then we have statewide events. We always bring childcare into our Working Together conference to talk about what has been done and what we're looking to do in the future. I know that there is some work being done to connect childcare directly with the small business development centers across the state. This is being done by a partner, not OWP specific, but again, we're still in that mix of convening the conversations and making things happen. I have a meeting coming up in the next couple of weeks. Actually, it's in July, where we're going to sit down and kind of re-envision these meetings to see how OWP can play a larger role, a more strategic planning session with some of the major funders in the state to determine, what is next for childcare and how can we really push to move that needle forward. OWP has endorsed and helped promote Early Learning Works through work systems. And then we participate in legislative and advocacy engagement, such as, testifying in the legislature for bills like HB 3011, which was Early Childhood Education and Workforce Development Fund, funds for recruitment, training, and healthcare for childcare providers, and legislative planning. Our lobbyists, we have two lobbyists that work on workforce development, but they often cross over into childcare as well. And so we get to attack it from both angles. So I think that's an overview. Yeah, do you have any questions?
Yeah, so Council and Georgia, we're gonna do the same process as we did for the last panel. So Georgia, I'm gonna go ahead and segue into Courtney, followed by Laura, and then we'll open it up for questions and just comments from the council. Thank you so much. And Courtney, I have your slides pulled up. Give me one quick second to transition.
Thanks, Gabby.
Yeah, of course. All right.
Hi, everybody. I'm Courtney. I am the Behavioral Health Program Manager with Northwest Oregon Works, and I am going to discuss NOW's integration of early learning childhood through our behavioral health initiatives. Next slide, please. So I'll be discussing a bit about who we are, NOW's prioritization of ELC through the behavioral health workforce, how we decided on these priorities, and what our system recommendations are. Northwest Oregon Works is one of 9 of the workforce development boards in Oregon, and we serve Benton, Clatsop, Columbia, Lincoln, and Tillamook counties. And our behavioral health program, Northwest Pathways, provides workforce training, mentorship, scholarships, and support for professionals at all career stages. Next slide, please. So NOW is prioritizing the early childhood workforce through several different programs that we have currently operating within our behavioral health sector. We have the behavioral health apprenticeship programs, and these pathways focus on certified alcohol and drug counseling and qualified mental health associate pathways at the non-degree level. So through these apprenticeships, we provide on-the-job training for professionals who provide support to children and families in their homes, in their schools and in various community settings. So our programs emphasize the hands-on practical support and real-world coaching to address the behavioral health and family needs throughout the communities that we serve. We develop the multidisciplinary teams and equip them through their education training to meet families where they are and provide ongoing engagement. And we do that through programs such as the FAIR program, Families Actively Improving Relationships, which is a program that is developed across the behavioral health and substance use disorder organizations that we work with as our related training partners through those apprenticeship programs. We also have specialized training and scholarship programs, and we are looking to expand those scholarship and training programs in 2026 for individuals who have an interest in or are already working with children ages 4 to 12. We will focus those specialty trainings and the higher education on evidence-based interventions that are targeted specifically for families and children. And then our outcomes and our impacts on this are really to enable earlier identification of the developmental and behavioral health needs in children within our communities, strengthen the partnerships between the organizations that we work for, the children and their families as a whole, and through this provide positive impacts within our communities through early intervention and the holistic wraparound support that our organization offers through these programs. And the holistic wraparound support services include many different things, such as financial support for childcare costs for individuals who are enrolled in our workforce development programs, for mileage reimbursements, internet assistance, and that's just to name a few. Next slide, please, Gabby. So we decided on these priorities as an organization by conducting community needs assessments and surveys on a regular basis across our rural and our underserved counties within our region. And through these assessments and surveys, our organization was able to identify certain workforce gaps within our programs and shift them to include a focus within behavioral health on early childhood support and really focusing on the behavioral health aspect of childhood support, but also the family aspect as a whole for childhood support. So we're choosing to continue investing in the behavioral health apprenticeship programs. Those programs have really just proven to be very effective in upskilling this area of workforce development. And then, as I stated, also expanding with one of our partners, Intercommunity Health Network, to prioritize our scholarship programs for those earlier ages. So we're going to continue collaborating with our local partners to ensure alignment for those community needs and foster that well-being for those families, and focus those priorities on strategies that can create a lasting impact for children and their families in our communities. Next slide, please, Gabby. We have a few systems recommendations that we've identified through the work that we've been doing over the last few years within our behavioral health sector. We recommend that other organizations, workforce boards, take a look at investing in behavioral health apprenticeship programs, and businesses looking into partnering and investing in our behavioral health apprenticeship programs for upskilling at the entry level all the way to experienced professionals. It's proven to be very effective. And promoting evidence-based workforce development models that will prepare their staff to deliver practical community-based support in these areas. We also recommend looking at shifting your focus to providing specialized training and scholarships for these age range, if not already doing so, and strengthening the partnerships that you currently have with the schools, the community centers, and the health network that you're already working with. So as an organization, we're looking to build a sustainable pathway for ongoing professional development, and couple it with the mentorship and the wraparound holistic support that's needed to really grow these areas of the behavioral health workforce. Next slide, please, Gabby. These are a few of our partners and some of the programs that we work with within our behavioral health sector. If anybody has any interest in partnering or would like some more information about our programs, feel free to reach out to me. And I also encourage you to take a look at our behavioral health webpage on our website that has a lot of really great information.
Thank you so much, Courtney.
Yeah, thanks, Gabby.
Yeah. And then wanna then segue into Laura.
Hey everyone, I am Laura Pumphrey. I'm the Apprenticeship Director with the Southwestern Oregon Workforce Investment Board, and we primarily serve Coos, Curry, and Douglas counties. And I will be talking today about our early childhood education apprenticeship. And so first, what are we prioritizing for the greater early childhood workforce? As a local workforce board, we understand that supporting our workforce and driving economic development requires us to prioritize access to affordable, high-quality childcare. Our priority is to strengthen the early childhood workforce because it directly impacts the ability of parents and caregivers to fully participate in the labor force. We identified this as a critical area through engagement with employers, community partners, and workforce data, all of which that pointed to childcare as a barrier to employment and a key component of a thriving local economy. By investing in the early childhood workforce, we're not only addressing immediate labor needs, but also laying the foundation for long-term community resilience and economic growth. And now I'm going to talk to you about our early childhood ed apprenticeship. So this program was officially approved by the Bureau of Labor and Industries Apprenticeship Division in July of 22. It consists of 2,500 on-the-job hours, and those are hours that the apprentice is working, as well as 693 hours of online instruction through 2 community colleges, depending on where the apprentice lives, either Southwestern or Umpqua Community College. And it takes an average of 3 years to complete. Some apprentices will come in with work experience or educational experience that will count towards the program and could shorten it, but it's about 3 years since we know they often don't work in the summers because our facilities for working are closed. And then what is really exciting is this apprenticeship currently is free to apprentices and employers. The employers only pay the cost of the salary of their apprentice because they're a full employee, just like all of their other employees. The schooling, the administrative costs, all of that stuff is covered by our ARPA funding. And after this funding runs out, our options are to secure more grant funding, use the local WEO WorkSource office funding, charge employers a fee, and we do not charge apprentices, so we don't plan on going down that route. To give you a status update, it's very exciting that our first 2 apprentices completed the program in April and May, since they started in about 22. They did start at different times just because we have open enrollment. And then we have 2 active apprentices right now. We are a small program, but that we can focus on each apprentice. And then the regional impact. This program, it serves Coos, Curry, and Douglas counties because those are the counties we have approval in based on the Bureau of Labor and Industries regulations. And it's a regional collaboration designed to meet local workforce needs in early childhood ed. So, this apprenticeship was born from our sector model partnership. It was modeled after our successful medical assistant apprenticeship. And that was the foundation for creating this program because we knew it worked in the medical field. We tweaked things to make it work in the education field. We've had numerous collaborative meetings. The community colleges crosswalked curricula to align with with standards across the different institutions. And employers help define essential skills and training for success in the field. And then BOLI's Apprenticeship and Training Division played a critical role in aligning the program with state requirements. We've had our fair share of challenges and adaptations as we've learned over the last 3 years. So apprentices cannot be paid for their practicum hours. So that was definitely a hurdle. That is what we worked with community colleges to develop a workaround. Thus, apprentices don't receive an AA degree at the end of the program, just because there was too many roadblocks to make that work with multiple community colleges. So they get at least to step 8 of the Oregon registry. Usually it's step 9, but we under-promise a little bit just so we don't hold anything up. And then they work with their community college to apply for credit for prior learning. And hopefully that will satisfy the practical requirements and get them to the degree. So it's a whole lot of coordination there. And then it's important that we work with community colleges on a one-on-one basis for each apprentice because we're managing their apprenticeship-specific classes as well as their other college coursework. So we want to make sure they're on track and no one's falling through the cracks. So it's important we're flexible and we have clear communication. Our training agent recruitment, those are our employer partners. We know there is a need and a want for this program, but it has been a little harder than we expected to recruit childcare centers as training agents. We're not looking at home-based centers. They have to be a licensed educational facility offering that preschool place with a teacher on staff as well. And we have partnered with South Coast Head Start and previously UCAN Head Start in Douglas County. Currently, South Coast Head Start is our only employer training agent. And then some of the challenges are because of budget constraints, and we do have minimum wage requirements that make it difficult for some centers to participate. And then due to the uncertainty with the Head Start funding right now, we've paused accepting new apprentice applications because we don't want to advertise something where we don't have placements available. So we're working closely with our facility to kind of figure out the next steps, but we're confident our current apprentices can stay in. We're just waiting to add anyone new at this point. And then we do have some system level recommendations. It's a big lift. This is not a quick fix. It requires a sustained effort from and buy-in from BOLI, community colleges, employers, workers, everyone. We're 3 years in and now we're just getting our first apprentices done. So it's definitely not a quick fix, but in the long term, we believe it will be beneficial. And then there is a large administrative component. It requires a significant amount of paperwork to do a registered apprenticeship. So we always want to be upfront that you need to have the staff on your side to be able to facilitate the program as well as the apprentices and the employers. And along with that, it does require adequate funding. It's not free. So someone needs to be able to pay for the program, and we avoid charging apprentices because we know that's definitely a roadblock to participation. If they're paying for their college classes, they probably can't do this. That's why they're in this position, and we want to be able to be there to support them. And then just flexibility is key. There's a lot of things that adapt and change as we learn about the program. So we just have to know that nothing is set in stone and we can work with our community to find solutions that work for them. And then an exciting thing that has developed out of this is coordination with other regions. So I had met with the Child Care Resource and Referral of Marion, Polk, and Yamhill counties. They have their own early ed apprenticeship. It has different entry requirements, job outcomes, SOC codes, and they had an apprentice moving to our region. We couldn't help them because they didn't meet our entry requirements, but we encouraged them to expand to our region because there can be, multiple apprenticeships in the same region. We're all serving different people. People have different needs. They may not work for our program, but they can work for another one. So it's really exciting to see if they can move forward and expand and offer a program to different people that we can't serve. And then just in closing, this apprenticeship has opened doors for aspiring early childhood educators while helping meet workforce needs in rural Oregon. This journey has had its challenges, but the impact is clear. and we are excited to see where this program goes. And I don't have any PowerPoint, as you can tell, but I believe Gabby had a FAQ flyer she'll be able to send out with you all after the call.
Yes, thank you, Laura. And with that, I also want to note that Courtney did share a link to Now's ELC impact video, and that was also included in your packet and linked to your agenda. So you should be able to see that as well. And I'm happy to resend the link after the meeting. Panelists, thank you so much. Really appreciate everyone's insight. And I'd love to open it up for questions from council. We have until 10:55 with panelists. Peter.
Yes, thank you. Thanks. Good presentations. Appreciate the information. Courtney, I'm just quick question. You decided to go to ages 4 to 12 to focus on. Was there discussion about going to age 0 to 12? Would that be a possibility?
We didn't have a discussion on going 0 to 12, mainly because since Now is going to be looking at, this is going to be a new area of expansion for our scholarship programs for behavioral health higher education aid with the childhood age ranges. And in order for our participants to do specialized trainings, you really don't have a lot of 0 to 4 demographics that you're serving with things like play therapy, EMDR, brain spotting, all of the specialized training therapies that go into behavioral health. You're really not serving a whole lot of demographics of that age range in a therapy office. And so I think we really want to see the impact on these age ranges before we look into expanding it into an even younger age demographic.
Great, I appreciate that. We're working to develop the infant and early childhood mental health consultation model. And
I would love to learn more about that and to really get more feedback from you on that. If we could set up a time to meet, I'll put my email in the chat here too.
Thanks. Great.
Yeah, that would be great. Thanks, Peter.
Yeah, thanks, Courtney. I know there's a lot of work going into that, so happy to also just be a connector between you as well, just to keep you in the loop in terms of how that information progresses.
Yeah, I'm really interested to hear about what that looks like for that young of an age demographic.
Yeah, absolutely. Robin. Oh, Robin, you're on mute.
Sorry, rookie move. Thank you to each of the panelists. I really appreciate it. And to this last point about infant, I've started to say parental, infant, and early childhood mental health, but there is such a need for the workforce to be trained, especially in that the prenatal, maternal, and early childhood first 3 years. And there are specialized trainings in that. And so I definitely am excited that there'll be some connections made there and just awareness and education about what that looks like. And Eric, I don't want to put you on the spot, but I certainly know that CCOs are paying close attention to the social emotional incentive metric for birth to 5. And one of the problems that we have is that if we screen and we know in the community that a child does need additional intervention, specialized intervention, advanced clinical intervention for that time period, then not only is there a lack of awareness in the community of when to refer, we still are building that awareness, and it's a cross-sector interdependency across the sectors. I didn't say that very well. But also that if we identify and refer the lack of workforce that has that clinical advanced training in birth to 3 especially, which is very unique because of the parent-child interaction, that is like something that many of us on the Early Learning Council have learned a lot from panelists like yourself. And so, Eric, since I did put you on the spot, I'll give you a chance to respond to that, but I just couldn't shout from the rooftops more that the first 3 years is so critical and we have a need.
Yeah, I mean, I think that as Peter mentioned as well, we've been focused a lot on getting to children as early as possible, right? I mean, the sooner you identify needs and do the assessments and get folks into treatment. But you're exactly right. We ran into this with adult behavioral health care as well. There's a big push to say, how do we get people assessed and analyzed? But then the workforce wasn't there to actually see them. And it was more devastating to staff who are doing that work to identify these needs, knowing that there was nowhere to actually get the care that you identified. And typically, because of funding mechanisms, those children that are in households that are already disadvantaged are at the end of the list and even getting into the available resources. So there are equity issues as well on that. And so I think it's the delicate balance of building the workforce at the same time, if not before you identify and get people into it. And then how do you support that workforce while you're ramping it up? Because a lot of folks also don't recognize, hey, if this assessment's done, this analysis done for these needs, how do you get into the system? How do you coordinate that care, the right levels? And it's an educational effort that you're right is going to take sort of cross-system conversation, because we will gladly pay for the services if we're able, as they're identified, but we've got to have the workforce there to actually implement the work, or else there's just limbo that leaves folks even in worse state than they might have been before.
Thank you, Eric. Marie.
Again, appreciation for the panelists. And I guess the thought that keeps rolling through my head is there seems to be such an opportunity to set a table here for continued conversation. I know that has begun a little bit with like the regional solutions teams and the work Sue Miller has been doing there. But we have our early learning hubs, and we're hearing from workforce today, and we've got higher ed, and we've got all the folks here that we just heard from. So I don't know. I mean, we're all sort of singing similar tunes, and we want to see, how do we affect change in the system so the outcomes are there. It just is striking me that there's some maybe larger tables that could be set for those conversations and collection, because I love the idea of like, let's look at these models, right? Boardman's doing stuff, all these people are doing, and that's well and good. But like, if you don't have the capacity and the wherewithal, then you're just working really, really hard in your area and you're doing great work, and that's terrific. But like, if we could help people look up and set a larger table, we may have some economies and efficiencies that we might be able to help implement. I don't know where to go with that other than it's just like kind of smacking me today.
Yeah, Marie, this is Sue. I agree with you. And I think we're going to continue to have that sense as we listen to the next panelists as well. One of my questions, in fact, for Georgia was, how does your work and organization align with what we heard on our first panel with the workforce talent and development boards, which are also scattered all over the state? And it seems to me doing similar work, but maybe it's very different. But Marie, it's creating the same question for me is, how are these aligned and how can they really leverage and work with one another to get more done with less, which is probably where we're heading in the future. So.
Yeah. Well, I don't think I heard the first panel, but what I do know is that these conversations are happening all over the state. And part of the problem that I've noticed with these, when you get 80 people in the room, is that everyone is kind of going in a different direction, has their own individual priorities. And so aligning those conversations and groups and finding that funding that really pushes the needle forward has been a challenge. So we're actually, right now we have about 80 people on a list that come sporadically to a quarterly meeting. And there's movement and momentum, but there's also fatigue. And so I think that this summer, a small group of us is going to get together and really talk about, what can we shift in these conversations that really make a big impact to bring, all these entities together. Something the boards do often have these targeted sector groups where we set a table similar to the way a workforce board is already strategically set up, where you have, business as part of that setting, including your higher education, community college, labor, so everyone is there helping drive the decisions and making the strategic moves. And we could create something similar and work with the Workforce Talent and Development Board as well. They are a partner of ours. It just seems like things are still siloed and not everyone's moving the same way.
Thank you, Georgia. And Courtney, I saw your note in the chat around the FAIR program. I'm wondering if you can just speak to that program for a little bit, just to give council a bit more context around that.
Absolutely. Would we happen to have time to share the video, Gabby, or?
I think so. Yeah. Hey, let me.
Okay, cool. I think the video can touch on all of the nuances of the FAIR program better than I could impromptu explain it.
Give me one quick second. And council, before I pull up the video, just want to see, do folks have any other questions right now? If not, since we do have time, happy to just screen share and send the video. Okay. Perfect. 1 second. And I want to confirm that you all can hear it. So if someone could just give me a thumbs up.
Across the diverse communities of Lincoln, Clatsop, Columbia, Tillamook, and Benton counties in Northwest Oregon, a revolution is underway that is transforming the lives of children and families by investing in the people who support them. Northwest Oregon Works has become a driving force in strengthening the behavioral health workforce in these rural and underserved regions. Through innovative apprenticeship programs and strategic partnerships, NOW is not only building careers, but also creating a ripple effect that touches every corner of early childhood development and family well-being. At the center of this impact is NOW's commitment to upskilling professionals from entry-level workers to experienced clinicians who serve on the front lines of behavioral health and addiction recovery. These dedicated individuals are trained not just to provide therapy, but to become trusted partners for families, meeting them where they are, in their homes, their neighborhoods, and their daily lives. One of the most profound ways our workforce development is making a difference is through the support of evidence-based programs like FAIR, Families Actively Improving Relationships. The FAIR program is an intensive, community-based treatment model designed for parents referred to child welfare services due to challenges with substance use, mental health, and parenting. FAIR recognizes that families facing these challenges need more than just counseling. They need hands-on, practical support that addresses every aspect of their lives. That's why FAIR integrates parenting skills training, substance abuse treatment, mental health support, and help with critical needs like housing and employment, all delivered in the environments where families live and function. The counselors and mental health associates trained through the behavioral health apprenticeship programs become part of multidisciplinary FAIR teams. These teams go out into the community to meet parents and their family where they feel most comfortable, such as in their homes or at parks. They provide real-world coaching, model healthy behaviors, and offer ongoing encouragement to help parents build nurturing relationships with their children, teach them to regulate emotions, and establish positive routines. Parents who participate in the FAIR program experience significant reductions in substance use and mental health symptoms, while also improving their parenting skills and family stability. The children benefit from safer, more supportive environments, and families are more likely to stay together, breaking cycles of adversity and opening the door to brighter futures. These efforts are creating a community where families are empowered, children are nurtured, and hope is restored. Through the dedication of our workforce and the power of programs like FAIR, Northwest Oregon Works is building a workforce that not only changes lives, but teaches resilience and success to families of our communities. As we look to the future, Northwest Oregon Works is committed to building on our foundation of success. The coming year brings exciting new opportunities to further uplift childhood and youth populations throughout the region. A cornerstone of our vision is the continued partnership with our primary behavioral health collaborator, Intercommunity Health Network. Together, we are expanding our scholarship and specialty training programs designed for those who have a passion for serving children and youth ages 4 to 12. Our trained professionals will be better prepared to work in schools, community centers, recovery, and behavioral health agencies, offering evidence-based interventions. With the continued support of Intercommunity Health Network and our dedicated partners, Northwest Oregon Works is setting the stage for a brighter tomorrow. For more information on our programs or to learn how to partner with us, visit the contact page on our website to get in touch with our Behavioral Health Programs Manager, Courtney Williams.
Thanks for sharing that, Gabby. So that's a little bit about the FAIR program, you guys. And the FAIR program is a program that is implemented across different mental health and substance use agencies in the counties that we serve, actually all over the state of Oregon, I believe. So when we train individuals through our apprenticeship programs in the CADC and the QMHA pathways, a lot of them go into working the FAIR programs within the communities.
Thanks, Courtney. And Robin, seeing your comment in the chat, how is it related to justcareforfamilies.org and that Just Care model? Is it related to that, Courtney? Or Robin, not sure if you can elaborate a little bit on your comment.
So this is, oh, go ahead.
No,
Sorry.
go ahead, Courtney.
Yeah, so this is I'm not very familiar with Just Care for Families. But I did just pull up their website and I can take a look at it and see if they're similar. Is Just Care for Families a similar program that's also integrated throughout the state of Oregon?
Well, the FAIR model that was developed at Oregon Social Learning Center, we supported the Ford Family Foundation in its testing and rollout in Douglas counties and other in rural areas. We aren't currently supporting it because of the funding that is established through ODHS. I understood that the FAIR model, there was maybe some changes in who's hosting it and who can use the name. So when you listed off the counties where the FAIR model was, and I just differentiated that Just Care model is, I think, the same, basically the same model, which I might be uneducated about the differences, but it's the same population target and the same kind of billing system. And so I was just curious. I was trying to make a mental map of the state of the counties that you listed and the ones I know that Just Care model, which is in Douglas County for sure, and maybe Lynn Benton, I thought. So I was just trying to map where both of those programs, which are really critical to those families who are potentially involved with, well, who are involved with child welfare, who have mental health, substance use, which is definitely a population that is needing targeted advanced care and clinical training of the workforce. And so I was just curious where there are gaps in the state. I think there's probably a lot of gaps in the state, and I'm curious if you happen to know where there are, whether it's actually statewide or not.
And I think that the organizations, the related training organizations that we work with through the apprenticeship programs would have more detailed information on that. But you bring that up and you make a very excellent point, and I too am curious about that, and it's something that I will look further into.
Thank you,
Robin. Yeah.
Thank you, Courtney and Robin. Council, any other questions or comments for panelists?
So I want to go back to Marie's question, and look at that a little more. So, Laura, if I'm keeping these organizations straight, you are with the Workforce Investment Board in Southwest.
Yes, I'm at Cell where Marie's on the board.
Okay, good. Okay, so we have an internal expert besides the professional staff person. So do you work with the public workforce system in Oregon that Georgia was describing?
Yes. So Laura works for Southwestern Oregon Workforce Investment Board, which is one of the 9 workforce boards in Oregon. And Courtney works for Northwest Oregon Works, also one of the 9. So she's on the North Coast and Laura is on the South Coast. But both of them are members of my organization, the Oregon Workforce Partnership.
Okay. And so with these 80 people who get together quarterly, Georgia, that would include some of the regional folks around the state, I assume.
Yes, it includes regional board staff. It includes CBOs and other entities like community college, some funders. I know that Oregon Community Foundation was involved at one point in Ford Family. But it's a wide variety of people that are there for the same purpose of helping to solve the childcare dilemma.
Okay, thanks. So that may be a place that the council wants to look at.
It's a starting point.
Right.
We'd love to have some guided information on your knowledge and what to bring to this group and how to address what you see as the primary issues.
And Alyssa, maybe I'll put you on the spot. Thank you, Madam Director. Just to get your perspective on where the council might fit in this and or DELC to help pull this table together, sort of what Marie was asking about.
Yeah, I mean, I think for one, and I just saw John pop on, we need to take this whole morning, I think, back to our team and make sure that our team is all aware of these initiatives that are happening, and make sure we've got those right connections happening with DELC so that we can then better partner to figure out what are the pieces that we surface for the council and where might the council be the right kind of convening partner versus where do we just need to do some deeper work as DELC to kind of build those relationships, identify those opportunities before getting to some of the kind of cross-sector components.
Okay. Great, thanks. That would be super to have that follow up. And I know that's something the council has talked about in other meetings as well. Okay, super, thank you. Thanks, presenters. You all were awesome. You're doing great work around the state. We appreciate the focus on early childhood, obviously.
Thank you, Sue.
Thank you.
Thank you. And Marie, you have your hand up?
My question is actually for Sue.
Oh, great.
Yes.
Forgive me if I don't know which agencies are nested within which agencies. So if we have this covered on the Early Learning Council, then this is a moot point. But do we have workforce, statewide workforce director embedded in the Early Learning Council like we have the other statewide agency directors? Okay.
No.
I just surfaced that. I'm just surfacing that, I guess.
Yep.
There's obviously a lot of work happening in workforce across the state. I think with my conversation with Sarah Stevens, who's now the permanent executive director of the Southwestern Oregon Workforce Board, my understanding that if not all workforce boards across the state, almost all workforce boards across the state have childcare as one of their top priorities for focus. So I'm just surfacing that could be in addition to big picture what we do here at the Early Learning Council.
Yeah, excellent point, Marie. And, you know, as we, Oh, yeah, go ahead, Georgia.
Oh, it's all right. I wanted to clarify that all boards are doing work in childcare or early learning. 1, 2, and I was going to count 3, 4, 5. 5 of the 9 have it called out as a targeted sector. Targeted sector just means that they have a table set in their region that includes that makeup of mandatory partners based on the next gen model.
Okay, great. Thanks, Georgia, for that clarification.
Mm-hmm.
And Marie, great call out. You know, there are certainly other agency partners that are missing from this table, as we know. So that may be something that the council wants to look at, even at the retreat in October, and really start talking about what would a more robust or complete representation look like for early childhood. Yeah, great call. Okay, thanks you all.
Great call. So panelists, thank you so much. Really appreciate you all being here. And then I'm just cross-checking to make sure. We are a bit ahead of schedule, so happy to move us into our third panel, where council, so this third panel's goal is to educate you all about the innovative approaches to supporting the early childhood workforce through higher ed, high school, and the private sector. So I'll introduce panelists in just a second, but initially you'll hear from Sydney Train and Young-hee Kim. Sydney is a higher education analyst here at DELC, and Young-hee Kim is a professor at the School of Education and coordinator for the Early Childhood Development Program at Southern Oregon University. And they're going to speak about the higher ed consortia model. And then we're joined by Mindy Rimby, who's a child development and child psychology teacher at South Eugene High School. And we'll be hearing from her around what they're doing to prioritize the greater early childhood workforce system recommendations. Then we'll hear from Holly Marquant, who's a child care sector strategist from Lane County Chamber of Commerce, who will again also be speaking to what they're prioritizing for the greater early childhood workforce and speak to some system recommendations. And I think we have just about most of our speakers here. So and panelists, if I mispronounce your name, please feel free to correct me, but want to kick things off with Sydney and Young-hee. And I have those slides pulled up, so whenever y'all are ready.
All right, thank you so much. And I'm Sydney Train from the Department of Early Learning Care, Higher Education Analyst. And I just want to give you a really quick overview of the consortia, and I'm really happy to be able to share it because it has shown so many promising outcomes, and I'm really excited to share them with you. So the consortia fits underneath the PREPARE goal or focus area for the Professional Learning Systems Office. And the consortia supports access to higher education to prepare the workforce through partnerships that reduce barriers to ECE certificates and degrees. And they do that by expanding access to ECE career pathways, reducing financial and non-financial barriers, and empowering students to attain ECE certificates and degrees. In the next slide. They do this work by offering financial supports and by supporting coursework and schedules that work for early childhood educators' unique needs, including dedicated system navigators and exploration of system improvements like accelerated programs of study, credit for prior learning, and streamlined pathways between colleges and universities, and also high school CTE programs. The Higher Education ECE Consortia requirements align with the recommendations in NAEYC's Increasing Qualifications and Centering Equity report. The next slide. Consortias are in a lot of areas across the state. However, more funding is needed to include additional colleges and universities that are interested in participating in this work. We had an RFA process for the work last biennium, and there were others interested that we weren't able to provide that opportunity to. The next slide. So for the period of October 2023 to October 2024, there were 560 students that were served, and they achieved 104 degrees or credentials in just that year. And the numbers for this year will be much higher because we had, that was the first year for some of our additional consortium members that were added from the RFP. And the next slide. As a result of that work, educators have been able to advance in their careers. And every day we hear stories like these. I received the Partners in Practice scholarship back when I was working towards my associate's degree in 2019. I now have a bachelor's degree and I'm applying for my own licensed in-home daycare. I'm so thankful I received the scholarship to help me achieve my goals. I wouldn't be in the leadership role that I am going into if it wasn't for the PD Navigators support. So it's not just the funding for scholarships, there are wraparound supports, including those navigators, and also support in the way that the program is run and connection to other resources. Next slide. So the consortia supports have always also led to an increase in enrollment and retention of students. You can see here that in one survey, 67% of students at one of the colleges answered they would not be pursuing a higher education without this consortia grant. Another said the consortia has helped bolster increased enrollment in the ECE program, 115% increase in courses from 2021 to 2022, and then another 28.5% increase 22 to 23. And then another quote, our cohort is so large that we had to move our meetings to the ESD building. And from a student was quickly connected to on-campus resource navigator to receive housing, transportation, and food services. So that's just to show that they're really connecting to all the services that are available through the college and community and helping to support students in a wraparound way. The next slide. Several of the colleges have also created fully or partial Spanish certificate and degree options. In addition, one college is currently working on a Russian language pathway, and the success of these programs and the desire of the students to continue with their education has led to work partnering with universities, with Southern Oregon University, who you'll hear from next, on pathways to BAs for Spanish-speaking educators. One of our community colleges is also working with Western on similar work because they, because of some of the support that we're able to provide with the consortia agreements. Next slide. So the consortia has increased collaboration not only with partners, but within the institutions themselves as well. There are agency-wide impacts such as opportunities for college staff at large to hear directly about student challenges. And those conversations have led to removal of barriers in areas like enrollment, advising, and tutoring that impact the whole college and not just the ECE program. Some consortia have also used the funding to support faculty to hold their own regular communities of practice to discuss how to best support individual students and observe each other's classroom practices, improving the services and removing isolation, particularly for adjunct faculty. And the next slide. So just to touch briefly on some system needs that I've noted through my higher education work over the past couple of years. As I mentioned, many more colleges and universities are interested in being a part of this consortia work. Expansion of coursework in languages other than English is also something that we're supporting with this work and would like to continue to support. Further focused collaboration with the Higher Education Coordinating Commission for major transfer degrees, looking at articulation. Mapping and also increasing credit for prior learning with Oregon Department of Education for dual credit efforts. Another need is more faculty time is needed to support system streamlining. We have some colleges most colleges with one faculty and some colleges with no faculty at all and all adjunct staff. So more time is needed, hopefully through these consortia grants to add additional staff to be able to think about those bigger system issues. The work is currently included in the agreements and it is happening, but again, we need some more time for those staff. One other idea for system supports comes from Illinois, where they have a model similar to our consortia, but they use their consortia to grow ECE faculty that represent the regional communities in language and culture. So I found this a really interesting idea. We hear a lot from our institutions that are working on Spanish-speaking supports and full programs in Spanish that their major challenge is finding faculty. So helping to grow that would really be supportive. And I will hand it over to Young Hee, who is one of our consortia agreement recipients. And Young Hee is actually one of the consortia that is an umbrella over several institutions. So at Southern Oregon University has sub-grants with several other community colleges who provide these consortia services.
Thank you, Sydney. So we're just one of the examples of the big consortia. So we cover the Southern Oregon region, and our partnership colleges are Rogue Community College, Klamath Falls Community College, Southwestern in Coos Bay, and Umpqua Community College in Roseburg, and SOU. So 5 institutions, and we have shared goals and vision to support our students in early childhood, and also providing services, training services for the early childhood professionals in the field. We are here for the consortium work to provide higher education access and equity for low-income, non-traditional students. We have a lot of women older than average with families and their other work demands. They are taking online classes in their on the weekends and at night, and so we try to provide a lot of support, social, emotional, and also study skills support for our students. We do have a growing number of Spanish-speaking students. One example is that we have probably about 20 to 30% of the students are Spanish language background, and we are adding to our existing online content with the Spanish translations, and we hear from the students that that's been very helpful. They are biliterate to some extent, but to make sure that they are understanding correctly, they are using both English and Spanish. So that's been proven effective. And for the last 2 years, we've made it almost all the courses into Spanish, translated into Spanish. So, and due to the support for the DELC funding. We also have a developing infant early childhood mental health holistic support micro credential. It's kind of a long name. It's for 12 credits for academic credit if they want to pursue. If not, that can be also taken as a separate workshop for their professional training. The next slide, please. So the partnership ideas, it's been for about 10 plus years that we've been working together. And one way is to provide a smooth transition for students with associate degrees to go up to their bachelor's degree, which will help them to be high quality, functionable head teachers, and also the directors and any other education supervisor positions that they are pursuing. For example, at SOU, we have 20 students graduating this June with bachelor's degree. So that's a very celebratory number. I also want to mention that we have a growing number of students who are going for master's degree for their career move. And we used to have, not used to have, for the last 3 years at least, we have graduated about 38 students with master's degrees. And also, at this current year, we have 31 students who are currently pursuing their master's degree. The last slide I have is kind of not the best example, but some visual representation of how the funding was well used and also how we are growing. So it shows in 2024, we had 16 students graduated. And out of that, 2 of them we got this DELC grant in 2023, so they were toward the end of their studies that we were able to have supported, and 2 students out of that. And then this year, we have about 7 students who were very well supported from the grant who are graduating this June. And the blue bars show the growing number of MSS students. As I mentioned, about 38 already in the field and also 31. And then out of that last year, when there was a early learning pathway grant was kind of short, we were able to provide the students who applied for the scholarships who didn't get funded, that we were able to provide by DELC funding for them to finish their degrees. So yeah, we have, I believe, Eileen Mickey Johnson is here also representing RCC, who is very successful recruiting and supporting the growing huge population of Spanish students as a cohort, and they have new Spanish instructor, and she can tell you more about how they are doing. Thank you.
It's nice to be with you all this morning. Yes, I'm from Rogue Community College, as Young-hee mentioned, and we have collaborated in one form or another for many, many years, specifically on this Southern Oregon Early Learning Professional Development Consortium that we've had in place since 2014. It has not been funded by DELC that entire time, or the Early Learning Division before that, but we feel like we're on solid funding this past number of years. RCC served as the fiscal agent until 2023, when SOU became the fiscal agent, and that's been a nice piece. As Young-hee mentioned, we've had a growing interest of folks who speak Spanish in our coursework. So at Rogue Community College, we offer a cohort-based model, which provides courses in English as well as separate courses in Spanish. So students who feel like they want to move ahead with their working toward a certificate or a degree can do that, and we've had a growing interest. We currently have, I believe, 77 Spanish-speaking students. So it's been pretty amazing, and we've been able to now provide coursework in some of the general education. We have all of our courses in ECE have been offered in Spanish for some time, but we have not had writing courses or math courses or the other general education requirements offered. So it's been nice with the DELC funding to move ahead and be able to offer those. So we're now offering a psychology class and a writing class in Spanish, and next fall we hope to bring on math. And we have a number of folks who have completed all of the early childhood or nearly all of the early childhood coursework and are just waiting in the wings to finish up their degree. So it's very exciting work.
Thank you so much, Eileen and Young-hee and Sydney. I'd like to move us along, and I'd like to then segue into Mindy Rimby. Mindy, I don't think I have slides from you, and that's totally okay. I just wanted to confirm. Oh, you're on mute, Mindy.
Yeah, I'm on mute. I did send slides. I don't know if I can share my screen. I do have them
Yeah, you
available.
should be able to. Thank you.
Okay.
I apologize.
Okay. Um, let's see. Let me just do a little rearranging. Okay. And get on my slideshow. Okay, I think I got it. Hold on. There we go. Okay. All right. So thanks for the invitation. First of all, I think I'm a little bit on a different level than many of you because I'm a high school teacher. That's what I'm doing. And I was at South Eugene. I started at South Eugene High School in 2013 to take over the early childhood ed program. I've since moved on in the last year to grow your own education program. So I just wanted to be clear, I'm not at South anymore. I work closely with the teacher that's currently at South. So I'm teaching Empower Ed, which is for all the 4J high schools, South, Sheldon, Churchill, and North Eugene. I'm also an adjunct teacher for Lane Community College in their early childhood ed program. And I also work with new teachers coming from industry into the high schools that are getting licensed that way from their industry experience. So the first question I was asked for this panel is what are the priorities for greater early childhood workforce development and what part of the workforce am I focused on? So I've been focusing on early childhood ed as I think Lane County has been focusing on it as a continuum. That's why I moved kind of laterally from specifically early childhood ed to students who wanted to teach kindergarten, preschool, kindergarten, and possibly through 12th grade. So many of my ECE students did want to teach older grade levels, and I did add education at South briefly. That was right before COVID hit. Um, the problem with teaching in a high school and teaching the ECE pathway is you're the only teacher and you have to teach 6 different courses. No other teacher is asked to teach that many different preps. It's really stressful. It can be a lot. So we know there's a teacher shortage, right? We know students want to do this. And I think it's a priority to make sure we're doing it to the best of our ability in all the high schools and even reaching down into middle school. That's one thing we've been working on as well. Yeah, I guess I already said we teach all 6 classes. So I prioritize practicum time. I did at South and I do now with the students I have. They just finished up a practicum. So the feedback from the directors of the early childhood education programs is there aren't enough applicants for the positions they have that feel like they can be a lead teacher. Nobody seems to be that confident. And offering students more time in the ECE classrooms, taking on more leadership roles early in their training gives them that confidence they need to really step in and lead. Many past students said that those practicum experiences made all the difference in their current jobs and their level of preparedness. All my ECE students, for the most part, receive job offers where they are, and those wouldn't be lead teachers because they don't have all the credentials quite yet, but they have enough confidence and leadership skills to be in the classrooms. Currently, I have Nicole on the left in New Dream. That's a bilingual preschool in Eugene. Then on the right, I have a student teaching a 12th grade class. On the left, Maddie teaching at Newberry Preschool, and on the right, Jackie teaching at Temple Beth Israel. I did have a practicum lined up with Head Start, and then the student couldn't come second semester to do her practicum. Systems recommendations to continue this kind of work. Although our students coming from ECE are always highly employable, there have been cuts to South Eugene High School's program. There was a full-time teacher there to teach all those 6 classes, and she got cut to 2/3 time. And also that happened at Willamette and Bethel School District. So both of those programs have students on waiting lists. So it's not clear why their FTE was cut. The ECE classes are articulated with Lane Community College, and the students come away with 4 to 12 credits. So I guess my recommendation is fully funding the ECE programs in the high schools, but expanding, having more than one teacher would be amazing. Could expand it to infant care, and that may help prep for the ECE teacher shortage, and it would definitely move people on to that higher level of education that we were just talking about. Okay, that's it.
Mindy, thank you so much. And then with that, I'd like to move us on to Holly Marcotte. And Holly, I have your slides pulled up. Give me one second, and then I will let you take it away. And then after Holly's Talking Points Council will go ahead and open it up for discussion with you all.
Perfect. Thank you, Gabby. And good morning, everyone. It's great to see so many familiar faces this morning, and so perfect that I get to go after Mindy, hi, Mindy. On the heels, we just had an ECE CTE fair, I think a week ago, and we had over 20 high school students sign up for more information about our apprenticeship program, which I will get into, but that's just such a perfect segue into what I wanted to share with you all about today. But I'm Holly Marquante. I'm the childcare sector strategist housed at Onward Eugene, which is the economic development arm to the Eugene Area Chamber of Commerce. And before I jump into our apprenticeship program, just wanted to give you a little bit of context around why the Chamber, why Onward are prioritizing childcare. The Chamber and Onward recently launched Elevate 2028, which is a regional economic development plan. And we can actually go to the next slide. It has 4 primary goals. But the 4th is really critical. It's breaking down barriers to quality of life and place. And within that, there's housing, downtown revitalization, and then childcare is a core pillar of this work, really with the recognition that childcare is a key piece of our economic infrastructure, and that, as we've all probably heard before, childcare is really the work that makes most other work possible. So there is pretty wide agreement in our community about the critical role that childcare plays if we're talking about really any economic development strategies. We know in Lane County, not unlike most other areas of the state, we have a childcare desert, particularly for infants and toddlers. We also know that when we look at the numbers of children 0 to 5 and the numbers of childcare slots, we know that we need to add about 1,500 new slots to move out of childcare desert status. But that also means that those childcare slots must be staffed with qualified, well-compensated staff, that we have facility space for those new childcare slots, and maybe most importantly, that these slots are within reach for families, that they're affordable and that they meet families' needs. So again, this is kind of the big broad picture of childcare across Lane County. Would be remiss if I didn't mention that we know that locally the average cost of childcare is about $18,000, give or take, which here in Eugene, we compare that to tuition at the U of O, and childcare is more than that. And at a time when families haven't had 18 years to save for that cost. So as I mentioned, I'm the childcare sector strategist. It's a relatively new role in our community, and it sounds like you heard from Georgia about the next generation partnership model, and that's really where this position came from. Our workforce board brought it to the table as we were kind of in the pandemic, and childcare was really at the forefront for families and for employers. And so this has been a partnership between our local CCR&R, who I work very closely with, our Early Childhood Hub, the Chamber of Commerce, Onward, and our workforce board, as well as many other partners that kind of come around and participate in that next generation model. Would also say that this position is not the first in our state. I think Central Oregon, Deschutes Bend was really the first to sort of develop a model like this. And there are also several other counterparts that I have now across the state, really. So this has been an increasing strategy, I think, for communities to look at childcare. And at the end of the day, this position is really designed to increase access to quality, affordable childcare, as I mentioned, really as an economic development strategy for the community. A few of the strategies that we're looking at across partnerships and across the community are the Early Childcare Business Accelerators, which is a training program for people interested in starting in-home childcare businesses. Another model that was developed in Central Oregon and has taken off around the state. We've really been looking at coupling affordable housing developments and early learning childcare centers, the registered apprenticeship, which I will dive into in just a moment. Looking at ways that employers can support childcare really as recruitment, retention, productivity strategies within their workplaces. As part of that, we've launched Best Place for Working Parents, which is sort of a badging system acknowledging family-friendly workplaces. We're also looking at sort of what we've identified as a root cause to some of the challenges within the childcare landscape, which includes compensation, benefit packages for those in the field. And then finally, we've participated in the development of the Oregon Employers Childcare Toolkit. We can go to the next slide. So really, I think what I'm here to share about today is the Lane Early Learning Registered Apprenticeship. And before I jump into the nuts and bolts of what this program is, this really came about from a couple different angles in our community. Onward Eugene has been interested in looking at how we can support the pipeline into the field because of the teacher shortage. We've also been looking at, as I mentioned, sort of ways to increase wages within the field, and the apprenticeship seemed like an opportunity to both increase competencies and, because of the wage requirements, also a strategy and a lever to sort of push on wages within the field. And then at the same time as we were looking at this strategy, New Dream, you just saw that center in one of Mindy's slides, they came to the table really interested in ways to support their staff and increasing their staff's skills and competencies. I think in the pandemic, as the qualifications for staff and teachers and centers were changed, that has alleviated some of the workforce challenges of hiring people. But what I think centers have experienced is needing to sort of train up the folks that were coming through the doors. So New Dream came to the table with an interest, and we happened to hear a presentation at the childcare work group that Oregon Workforce Partnership convenes from a technical assistance group that was funded by the Department of Labor to support communities in going through the steps to develop apprenticeships. So in Lane County, the stars just sort of aligned where we had several different groups interested. None of us really had the expertise to go through the process alone. And then having this technical assistance come to the table was really instrumental in helping us go through all of the steps and get to the launch of the program. So to give you just a sort of snapshot of what the program includes, it is really designed to grow the field within the child care development specialist is sort of the role that we're focusing on with this apprenticeship. I believe we're the third early learning apprenticeship in the state, following the footsteps of Laura and folks in other areas of the state. I think there are 5 in the works at this point. Our apprenticeship is competency-based, so we're looking at having apprentices achieve 8 core competencies within early learning expertise. It requires about 2,000 hours of on-the-job training. So depending on whether an apprentice is working full-time or part-time, this is really a 1 to 2 year program. And it has 220 related training or coursework hours that are also required. And that's split into the training with Pro Solutions, which is an online training designed to give apprentices their child development associate, which I always tell everyone, which is not the same as an associate's degree in early childhood development. It's a very confusing naming convention, but it's a certification that's portable, can go with an apprentice really anywhere after they receive it. And then in addition to the online training, we're partnering with our CCR&R to provide safety set, 0 to 3 critical competencies, and then the pyramid model for both infants and toddlers and preschool. And those are a mix of online and in-person trainings as well. We can go to the next slide. Our core partners are Quality Care Connections, which is our CCR&R. Head Start of Lane County has been at the table for the development of the apprenticeship, and then is one of our first 2 initial training sites. And the New Dream Family Center, as I mentioned, is our primary training site at this point. And then Onward serves as the administrative sort of backbone, handling the paperwork and the database components as well. And we had an advisory committee that included our Early Learning Hub, our Early Intervention, Early Childhood Special Education representatives, Lane Workforce Partnership, the ESD, and LCC that really helped shape what this program could and should look like for moving forward. I mentioned there's a wage scale, so there's a starting minimum of $15.50 per hour. And again, that's a minimum, so an apprentice could be paid more than that. And then the completion minimum is $20 an hour. And that was really sort of a tricky dance for our advisory committee of wanting to push on wages, but it has to be feasible for centers to pay those wages. And it also has to be somewhat in line with what a lead teacher or a journey worker teacher makes in the field. There's a mentorship and coaching component. So at each training site, there are mentors who are experienced teachers who are guiding and supporting the apprentices. And then the model that we have includes a coach at Quality Care Connections that would be supporting both the apprentices and their mentors as they go through the program as well. A few of our next steps, we're working on crosswalking the apprenticeship training with the early childhood education micro credential at Wayne Community College, because theoretically with credit for prior learning, an apprentice could exit the program not only with their child development associate, their registered apprenticeship certificate, but they could also have credits towards their associate's degree at the end of the program. And then we're also, as I sort of mentioned at the beginning, looking at how do we engage and partner with CTE programs so that we're building this continuum from the students that Mindy's working with to an apprenticeship opportunity, and then additional opportunities potentially on the other side of that for folks who are interested in becoming center directors or speech pathologists or working in K-12. So trying to really build out the whole continuum as we go along. Couple of systems recommendations. There's one I didn't put on here that I'll start with. Investments in technical assistance. Unfortunately, the group that we worked with has had their federal funding contract cut in one of the latest rounds of funding cuts. It would not have been possible. We never would have probably even gone down this path if we hadn't had technical assistance. So any funding or opportunity to have supports similar to that, I think will help other communities continue to pursue an opportunity like this. My other two recommendations were sort of more broadly as we think about the childcare landscape in our community. We're increasingly looking at ways to market the open childcare slots we have. As I mentioned, we're looking at increasing slots, but we also know that there are childcare centers that are not filling their slots, trying to understand sort of why that's happening, but also looking at ways to let employers and families know about what's available so that our existing childcare providers are sustainable and have healthy sort of ability to move forward in what they're providing. And then the last recommendation is just continuing to support strong childcare resource and referral programs and early learning hubs, because without them, none of these strategies are sustainable for moving forward. So I believe that is the end of mine.
Thank you so much, Holly, and council, apologies, I couldn't come off mute fast enough. So now I really want to open it up for questions and comments. And Liz, I see that you have your hand up.
Yeah, I just wanted to follow up with this last point that you made, Holly. Do you have a sense of, like you said, you need 1,500 slots basically to open up, or new slots. What's the percentage that have you been able to sort of wrap your head around, like how many are currently in existence but unfilled? Like what's that universe look like?
That's a great question, Liz. I don't have those stats off the top of my head. I know our CCR&R has those. At the chamber, we pretty frequently get, especially as people understand that this role exists, we get contacted by centers interested in promoting their program. Because we're a chamber, we don't have a great mechanism for non-members. It just gets very complicated very fast. So we've been trying to work hand in hand with our CCR&R to sort of tackle, how do we promote these programs? What does that look like? How do we get a sense of the numbers that are open? How do we understand why they're open? Is it geography? Is it hours? Is it price? I think it's probably all of the above. But yeah, there's a lot of data, I think, yet to be collected to understand exactly what's driving and sort of what that sort of universe is at this point.
Thanks, Liz. Subin.
I just wanted to start by just sharing how much I love our field. There, I see so much scrappiness and love and care for communities and people just figuring things out. And I love our field. I heard in today some updates on things that, in previous years, I think it was a couple years ago, we were in Central Oregon and I was hearing about the Rogue, the fast track, and how some people were saying, "Oh, it's such a successful program. I love it. All my early childhood courses are translated. I have so many supports, but my core courses is where I'm running into issues, right?" And I'm hearing that you're addressing that and getting to work on that. So I feel so much confidence in what you're sharing and what you're doing. I want to also reflect back something that I heard that in terms of, when we talk about compensation, yes, we want living wages for people, but it's also about making sure our investments endure, right? So when we get people into the field, we want them to stay in the field. And I'm hearing that there are other ideas in play here around mentorship, coaching, community connection is another one that I kind of heard about, of like communities of practice where people can get together and learn from each other. I think those are really key ideas that I'm hearing about. And then I have a sprinkling of like kind of just small questions that I have. First one is for Holly, the apprenticeship. I love what you've figured out and how your community got together, especially bringing in Chamber of Commerce and business and getting to work on that. You mentioned the CDA, which articulates to a step 7, but I'm curious why you came up with an apprenticeship model as opposed to aligning it with Oregon Registry.
So it is aligned with the Oregon Registry. That's a great question, Subin. Part of this was driven by New Dream, who came to the table. They had initiated a CDA program that when they came to the table, they wanted to continue and grow. And so when partners kind of came around that, it was, okay, how do we leverage what they're doing, grow that, and then find pathways where that these pieces all kind of align. So theoretically, the CDA training does put you at a step 7, potentially higher, when you achieve that. And then we're looking at how do we crosswalk that with the trainings that Head Start provides? How do we crosswalk that with the coursework in our ECE program at our community college? Trying to, we're in sort of the messy part of figuring out how all of those fit together for a couple reasons, both so that there are multiple pathways. If someone came into this and they didn't want to do the CDA, how do we give them an opportunity to pursue a micro-credential with the community college instead? Or if they're at Head Start and the training doesn't quite align, like how do we build in flexibility so that there's sort of no wrong path? But yeah, I think to directly answer your question, the CDA was a piece that New Dream was already pursuing. So it was how do we start here, grow it, and then build some flexibility in.
Thanks, Holly. And Subin, see your chat. We'll circle back to you after Peter and Ruby. So go ahead, Peter.
Thanks. Thanks for the presentation. Great information. First, I just want to acknowledge Young Hee and Eileen. Southern Oregon University and Rogue Community College are such great partners. I mean, they partner in this effort. They partner with workforce. They're great partners to have in our efforts. Just want to thank Eileen and Young Hee for all they do. Holly, I have a question for you on because I wasn't quite clear on the funding of the program. Was it the U.S. Department of Labor funds, or was it BOLI funds? Was it the federal funds?
Federal U.S. Department of Labor, who then had a contract with an entity that was providing the technical service, technical assistance. So yeah, that's what unfortunately was cut, federal funding.
And for the ongoing program, is that funded by community partners, or what's the ongoing?
To Subin's point, super scrappy. So Onward's providing the staff time and the staff time and the administrative components really is part of my position at this point. As it grows bigger, we'll be looking to sort of expand the capacity that we're putting into this. The wages as we've built it are right now we're focusing on people currently in the field, so their wages are currently covered by their employer. As we look at bringing people new to the field, we'll need to have funding mechanisms to pay their wages as when they don't count in ratio. But House Bill 3008 has funding in it for pilot programs for apprentices. So we're hanging some of our hat on funding through that mechanism to fund the program.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Holly and Peter. Ruby.
Thank you. I've been holding my comments so all the panels could go. And I really appreciate connecting the dots on this whole space from, state to local strategy to local implementation. So that's really helpful for me, sort of trying to connect the dots, even though I work in this space pretty regularly. So I appreciate that. I have some questions, general questions about this presentation, but I also wanted to make a comment about, I don't remember who was, Marie brought up setting up a table, and other folks have talked about it too. And just a quick anecdote, over the weekend, I was clearing out some documents in my office and I found a report from 1992. And it starts with, currently Oregon faces a crisis in accessibility and availability of affordable and high quality childcare services provided by trained childhood care and education personnel. So we've been having this conversation for over 30 years at this point. And so I don't know what the right combination of people is to be talking about this, but it has to be more than just the regular early childhood stakeholders, right? And we're seeing that here. So I really appreciate the beginning of that. I also think there's an element of narrative change. We've been speaking the same language for 30, 40, 50, 60 years at this point about early childhood. And so how do we align on narrative? And I think the work that Holly is doing with the Clackamas Workforce Board and Georgia's team as well, and sort of trying to think about what that looks like, is probably, I don't know that it's the right approach, but it's a different approach. And I'm glad that other folks are thinking about that and doing that work. And sort of the conversation about workforce, I think, or like the economy, I think it's really hard for people to think about Oregon's economy. I think it's easier to think about your local economy and talking about this as a strategy that, I don't know who said it. Well, anyway, it's more about how do you get communities to thrive? Maybe it was some of Holly's points. And this is one piece of it, right? And somebody else said, with regards to childcare, it's an auxiliary to other sectors. And Sherry said it's public infrastructure. And so when I think about that, how do we get more attention to those pieces and not make it auxiliary, it's a critical piece. So I'm just on my horse right now about this conversation. I really think there's some narrative work that needs to be done here, right? Caregiving is collective. Caregiving is about thriving families, which means your community is thriving. I think there's also an element of this being a valued workforce, right? But we can't remove the fact that compensation is so low. How do people feel valued? So I don't have answers, it's just kind of comments, but I do have some specific questions. Just wanted to share appreciation for this conversation. In terms of the consortia model, where is the funding coming from? How much funding is there for it? Is it from a stable stream? I imagine it's at DELC. I'm not sure, and I'm curious about that because I have seen this model work really well. And as I think about how it's a localized sort of attacking local problems, right? We're seeing in Southern Oregon the focus on Spanish language, which is fantastic. Does this funding continue? Where does it come from? What does it look like across the state? So that's one question. And I'm not sure who should answer that, but I have a couple of others. Really, I'm interested about this faculty pool growth idea. I think that's super necessary. We need diversity at all levels of the early childhood system and ecosystem. Wondering about language access in other languages. I have focused on Spanish because it is, a great need and we hear it, but I know that there are others and I'm curious if there's any movement around those. Curious about how infant toddler specialties interface with Spanish language opportunities. And I guess I'll stop there. But
Thank
curious about the
you.
funding question.
I can say that this is early learning account funds, so state funds, and there's no anticipated change in the next biennium. I can't speak to the whole future of the biennium or future years, as we always have a challenge predicting that sort of thing. But we are seeing really great results from this, and continue to share that wherever we can, so we can hopefully continue that funding and also increase it to serve all of the other areas of the state, and also increase some of the services that are there. I would have to look at the total, but there's, for example, one college may have around $700,000, and it's different for each college depending on their population and what they need to have those services work. And then your second question, remind me what your second question was.
It's about the faculty growth,
The
faculty pool growth idea.
Yeah, I mean, I was just really impressed with that when I saw it in Illinois, and I agree, it's a really important piece to this puzzle. And as I mentioned, we're growing Spanish. That work is continuing, and then we do have one college that's working on creating a Russian program. And I love being able to work on this within the community colleges, because they can really target what they're growing to the specific languages in their community. We at DELC are not directing like, this is the language that the state needs. They're really looking at their own communities and determining. And for the infant toddler, I will hand it to Young-hee to speak to that. And Alyssa put the total consortia funds in the chat. Thank you, Alyssa.
Thank you, Sydney. Yeah, just want to voice that total out. The total consortia investment for the 25-27 biennium is just under $4 million, $3,897,620. And Young-hee, did you want to speak to the infant toddler question? Is she still on the call? She might have accident. Oh, there she is.
Infant toddler, infant early childhood mental health, holistic support, micro credential. Is that?
I was wondering about opportunities in other languages. Is the infant toddler only in English? Is it available for other folks? Are folks from the consortia or navigation being fed into that program who don't speak English, perhaps? Or is there an avenue for that?
I would hope so. And really, I see that growing language diversity with Russian and Vietnamese and some other parts of the world. And as much as possible, I'd like to support. And in my dream, I would like to speak in Korean with some Korean caregivers that we know for sure there are. And so, yeah, that's a great question, I think, for long term. And I'm really struck by your 1992, the evidence of what we're still struggling then and still now. And definitely language, addressing some other languages and culture. I'd love to see that. Yeah. Spanish is definitely growing. We do have in our student body, like a Korean and Vietnamese and Taiwan students, but they are just very minor at this time. But we do have a significant growth within the Spanish-speaking student body. So, yeah, that's our immediate support concern.
Thank you, Young-hee. And Eileen, I see that you came off mute. Is there anything you wanted to add?
I just, since I was working in the field in Oregon back in 92 and 5 years or so before that, I wanted to say, as a result of the consortium work, what I have seen happen that's most striking is in 1992, I mean, we were still dealing with should family child care be registered, much less any other further requirements. And the whole mindset around providers and training was primarily, getting the minimum number of training hours required by licensing. And what I have seen since then, and I really feel this happening now, is as certificate and degree programs have become accessible to childcare providers, there's much more of a sense of that's what I need to do. Not just get my minimum number of hours, but I need to have a certificate. I need to have a degree. And, our numbers have just exploded. We're currently serving 157 students, 77 in Spanish, 80 in English this year. And that is like 40% more than last year. We started with just much, much smaller numbers. And people are really coming to us because they feel like they really want this opportunity to further their education. So that's a trend I've seen that I think is worth calling out.
Thank you, Eileen. And
Thank you, Eileen. That's super helpful. And I will say that your changing demographics at the college are, I believe, highly indebted to you and your work and your reputation in the community. So thank you for everything that you've done throughout your career in early childhood.
Thank you, Ruby.
Thank you. And Subin.
Yeah, thank you, Ruby, for reframing or reigniting something that I felt was already within me, which is when I left my teaching post, when I was teaching in the classroom and I left, it was because I wanted to really change the social discourse around early childhood and what it meant to be a professional and how we were seen and acknowledged. I see a lot of nodding heads of this is what the 30 years battle has been about. And to Eileen's point, I feel like there have been some significant changes, right? Like we have made a dent in that universe. But I still feel like we have, to Ruby, to your point, we have a lot more to do, right? We have a lot more where we're trying to go. One of the things that I feel really strongly about that we do need to hold on to from the last 30 years is there was a reason why we were pushing for professionals to get degrees, right? Like that we felt that that was an important status marker for people to be acknowledged and seen as equal to other professions who are getting, better compensation, better work quality, life, right? And I'm not saying that's the answer we need to land on, but there's a reason why people feel compelled to kind of talk about the degrees. I'm much more open these days to alternative ideas because I feel like we also have to address the childcare desert and just increase supply and get people into the profession. And so I'm much more open to new ideas. And to that point, Sydney, I saw the slide. I know you kind of quickly went through it. There was a slide with all of the 2-year and 4-year places, and there was one 4-year program. It was SOU, right? Is that by design? Do you wish other 4-year folks were on there? Is it a budget issue? And because I keep hearing awesome things about Southern Oregon, and I wish we had more broader participation.
Yeah, so when we did the RFA process, 2 that were not able to be awarded really because of process technicalities, not because we didn't want to support them, were partnerships with 2 other universities in the state. And even though we don't have direct partnerships with some of those universities, some of the funds that are given to the community colleges have supported collaboration with those universities. For example, Clackamas has a fully online Spanish speaking program that we support a cohort with, and they are actively working with Western Oregon University on a transition program there also in Spanish.
Thank you, Sydney. Any other comments or questions for panelist council? Yeah, Katie.
So, when we were talking about the chamber, the Eugene Chamber, the list of, I think it was called promising strategies. One of them was housing as an incentivization, Holly, and I'm curious to know, I've also worked on this for years and years, and strikes me that if you can't pay fairly, I mean, really to the market, then are there other ways to ease the burden of people who choose to go in this field? Otherwise, you get churn, which is a plus and a minus. I've just come out of a conversation with somebody in the recreation field, same conversation. How do you attract and retain talent in a low-paying industry? The difference is, though, that childcare is so personal and so important to human development. And I've always thought that alignment of housing to offset the costs of pursuing a service career would be a really good way to demonstrate that the community is behind it. What have you folks explored with that?
Nice to see you, Katie. I feel like I was just in your office, and I think it's been like 2 years since we were having this probably very similar conversation. For us, I think you're bringing up really relevant points. I think where we've seen success is just sort of at the surface level, even though it's been very challenging, of coupling affordable housing developments with early learning centers. So I think similar to what you've pursued, Katie, of like if you're building affordable housing, how do you braid and blend funding so that, you know, we have 2 developments here in Lane County. One's in Eugene, it's 80 units of affordable housing, 6 early learning classrooms on the ground floor, a mix of Head Start, early intervention, and community childcare. And then same thing on the coast where it's adjacent 30 units affordable housing for new early learning classrooms, which for that coastal community will basically double its supply of licensed childcare. But I think to your point, Katie, we haven't scratched the surface really of what it looks like to offset the housing costs for someone in the childcare field, short of exploring, could we incentivize people to apply for and take jobs in that coastal development if we can sort of find a way to make space for them in the housing units that are being developed. You know, if you're a teacher in that center, do you get first dibs, or do we somehow guarantee that you have access to the housing units? And we've looked at, even in the apprenticeship, you know, we have a pie in the sky budget that would include sort of all of the administrative pieces, but then also childcare stipends, housing stipends for people who are doing the apprenticeship. The challenge is that then that triples, you know, quadruples the budget. And so we sort of have that best case scenario, and then our pared back version that doesn't have those stipends. The construction trade, though, has successfully included childcare stipends in their apprenticeship. So I do think there are mechanisms and models for us to be looking at. How do we, if we can't pay at a certain wage, how do we subsidize or find creative ways around that?
Thank you, Holly. Council, any other questions or comments? Great.
Wow.
Sue? Yeah, I'll let you give some final comments.
Another great panel. Thank you, every one of you, for what you're doing and for sharing your information with us. There is a lot going on in this state. And I'm guessing all of us learned about some new programs and new initiatives that we weren't aware of before. And Marie, I think the table you're talking about keeps expanding with just about every conversation we're having, which will be true this afternoon as well with our 2 of our presenters this afternoon. So I think we'll keep that in mind and try to talk about that a little bit more at the end of our meeting, because I think it's a really germane comment you've made. So presenters, thank you again for the great work you're doing, for prioritizing young children and their families, and for taking time to join us today on this call. So thanks. So council, we will take a lunch break at this point. Coming back, as you know from the agenda, we'll get an update on our home visiting system committee. that Peter and Peg are so wonderfully facilitating for us. Beth Green and Rebecca Brown will join us. And then we'll hear about some more early childhood workforce related programs that are underway and just figure out how big this table's really going to be or needs to be. So thanks, everyone. Have a
Time are
good
we back, Sue?
12:30. And just want to remind folks to just have your microphone off because the recording will still be going. But see you all at 12:30.
Thanks.
Thank you. All right, I think we have just about everyone back. And council, if you're still finishing up lunch, if you want to just drop in the chat that you're back, but finishing up is totally fine. Just want to make sure that we have folks at least coming back. I know some folks have already let me know that they're present but not on camera.
Hey. All right, welcome back, council members, and welcome to our COVES partners, Beth Green and Rebecca Brown. Good to see you guys again. As you know, we are going to start this afternoon with an update from Beth and Rebecca on COVES, and they're going to focus on the Dear Tribal Leader Letter, but I just wanted to make sure that council members and anyone else looking at our agendas looks at the update report that COVES gave us in our agenda. I think it's remarkable what has been done in 16 months, I think, since they've been up and running. Yes, Peg, exactly. Thumbs up for sure. And I wanted to just comment on a couple of things in here. The first priority that they mentioned is their home visiting advisory structure. Some people on this call are on those advisory bodies. Thank you very much. But those are great examples of how they're bringing together communities and providers and funders from many different sectors and giving them a voice at the table. And a big part of that has been expanding connections to tribal communities and also to families and family voice. I think the family leadership group that they have formed and Kristen is really focusing on is very exciting for our families with lived experience. So we will learn a lot from them. Also, I wanted to note that for the first time, I think ever, the various home visiting model staff people, but also advocates got together and put together a common legislative proposal to take to this legislative session for funding, trying to pull the programs together. So instead of being siloed and going to legislators independently, they were able to go together as an organized effort to tell legislators that it takes all of these different programs to really serve families and give families choices. And then finally, and certainly not least, is the contract that COVES now has with a national team called Prenatal to 5 Fiscal Strategies that's really doing an in-depth examination of what are the current funding streams for home visiting in Oregon, what are some funding streams that might be out there but we haven't tapped into, and are there ways to use the funding more effectively and collaboratively. So once again, something that we probably talked about for years or decades, and it's actually happening. And my final comment is at the beginning of the legislative session, I had a question from Senator Lisa Reynolds, whom many of you know, and is a huge EC advocate. And she said, you know, I have never seen a comprehensive list of where home visiting programs exist, whom they serve, how they're funded. There's no landscape document. So the perception is they're just all disparate and unconnected. Once again, COVES has put together an amazing landscape document, and I was thrilled to be able to send that to Rep. Reynolds, Senator Reynolds, several months ago, and say, okay, you asked for it, and here it is. So I just want to set that stage, and I know this conversation is intended to be a little more focused on the Dear Tribal Leader Letter. So Peter and Peg, do you want to add anything to that overview? Okay, Peter and Peg are doing an amazing job of coordinating and leading this. So Beth and Rebecca, I will turn it over to you.
All right, thank you, Sue. What a great introduction, and thank you all for letting us join you again today. I'm going to pull up some slides just to frame up the updates that we have for you around the Dear Tribal Leader letter and other work that we're doing for tribal engagement. So I think I can share my screen. Yes, Gabby?
Yeah. No, I can also share if you need them. I have them pulled up, Beth, whatever's easiest on your end. There you go.
Yeah. Let me just, there we go. All right, so just to reorient folks, I know you probably have seen enough of us this year, but it is, first of all, introduce myself, Beth Green. I'm the director of the Center for Coordinating Oregon Home Visiting Systems and also a director of early childhood research at Portland State University. And I'm here with my colleague, Rebecca Brown. Do you just want to introduce yourself quickly, Rebecca?
Hello, thank you so much, Beth. And Sue, thanks so much for teeing us up in that lovely way. I'm Rebecca Brown. I'm the State Home Visiting Transformation Manager at COVES, and thanks so much for having us.
All right, so just to reorient, a quick reminder that COVES is really here to facilitate and support home visiting systems improvement at the state and regional level. Our function is to be a program neutral backbone to really bring partners together to advance systems change. And that is in service of our North Star, which is derived exactly from the Raise Up Oregon vision, which is to create within home visiting services an equitable, accessible, inclusive, and anti-racist and family-centered system of services. We know those home visiting programs are one of our key early childhood strategies for supporting pregnant people and families with those very young infants and toddlers. And we know that the system is very complicated. And one way to change that and to make it more accessible and reach more families is to coordinate those systems. So that's our sort of North Star. I'm going to talk with you a little bit today specifically around the work that we've been doing to try to make sure, as we've been bringing partners together and creating pathways for systems change, that we've been taking some really intentional steps to try to include the programs that are operated through our 9 federally recognized tribes, as well as other tribal programs. And to really advance the work specifically around one particular Raise Up Oregon strategies, which I'm going to talk with you a little bit more today about how we're doing that, which was to bring together the tribal liaisons and tribal affairs coordinators from the different state agencies to work together in terms of the way that they're reaching out to tribal governments around formal consultation. So we have 2 things that we've been doing since the beginning, taking some baby steps in these areas, but I think making some pretty big strides recently. And I'm going to let Rebecca give you the update on where we are, but she has really been leading up the tribal engagement work, both in terms of building relationships with tribal home visiting program providers. I think up until this point, the main early childhood home visiting programs that are operated through our key state agencies primarily have not been engaged with a lot of the tribal programs that run through various different funding streams and various different service providers within the tribal community. So Rebecca has been reaching out and at their request has been convening what she calls a tribal home visiting connection group. This is key staff from several of Oregon's federally recognized tribes who run home visiting programs in those communities. And then the second is really starting to explore ways to engage both informally and through potentially formal consultation with tribal governments. And Rebecca has met several times with folks, Dana Castano, who's one of the Delk tribal liaisons and on this call, Julie Seastream, who sits on
the council and on our home visiting systems committee. And Danelle, right? Danelle from the Confederate Tribe of Siletz Indians, who's a very engaged program coordinator, and really trying to figure out what are our next steps in terms of formal consultation. So that's just a little bit of background of what we've been doing. And I'm going to let Rebecca talk a little bit about where we are specifically around formal Dear Tribal Leader letter requesting consultation.
Great. Thank you, Beth. And Dina, I'm glad to see you here as well. So yeah, just adding a little bit more to that kind of background and context. We've been really lucky to have a lot of guidance and input from folks along the way in learning how we can approach tribes and tribal home visiting programs around how they would like to be involved in shaping the emerging home visiting systems coordination work. And as Beth said, in our initial outreach to connect with tribal home visiting programs, an interest and opportunity for them to be able to engage with one another emerged. And so we launched the Tribal Home Visiting Connections Group in October of 2024 as a response to that expressed need, and have been facilitating monthly meetings for that purpose over the last 8 months. With participation from some of the tribes. And this has given an opportunity for participants to learn more about one another's programs, funding opportunities, curricula, and home visiting strategies. And we're continuously exploring avenues for engagement of tribes in the shaping of these systems. So many thanks to Dina, who recently became the co-chair of the Cove steering team and has been a member of that team for several months now. And then Julie Seastream, who has been a member of the home visiting committee predating the establishment of Coves. And then Danelle, who recently joined the Home Visiting Collaborative and the Family Spirit program model operated by Confederated Tribes of Siletz Indians serves folks across 11 counties. So there's, that's a very large home visiting program that has many participants. And so it's been important to us to seek the perspectives of Dina and Julie and Danelle with their involvement so far about, what are their perspectives on how best to proceed in incorporating tribal voice. And when consulted, they suggested a Dear Tribal Leader letter, which would initiate an opportunity for a tribal consultation process. And so at the March Home Visiting System Committee, that request was approved as a recommendation to the Early Learning Council, and Coves has been collaborating with the three of them as well as other partners to do a very initial draft of a Dear Tribal Leader letter. In May, we had a meeting scheduled with the 6 state agencies, tribal liaisons, but an urgent issue came up and the liaisons from OHA and ODHS were unable to be present kind of last minute. But there was enthusiasm from the tribal liaisons who were able to attend about issuing a Dear Tribal Leader letter because that would be an important way of initiating consultation, but also enthusiasm for the first such letter across multiple agencies, which is significant given Raise Up Oregon Strategy 1.2, as Beth mentioned. But it also does mean that there's some details to sort out in making progress for this new approach. There's just some pieces there that haven't really been ironed out before. So after meeting with Alyssa Chatterjee and gaining more understanding of the intensity of multiple urgent requests for tribal consultation at this time and kind of the impact that that's placing on tribes and their leadership, Gabby is in process for scheduling a meeting for the agency tribal liaisons who were unable to attend the last time from OHA and ODHS, together with DELC, as those 3 agencies are the primary service providers and funding agencies for home visiting. And the current plan is to move forward with the Dear Tribal Leader letter with these agencies, with communication with the tribal affairs liaisons from the other agencies so that they potentially could still have opportunity to sign on to the letter if they wish, but kind of really streamlining streamlining the actual like development process for the letter itself. So we're looking forward to determining next steps together with those tribal affairs liaisons for initiating this formal tribal consultation process. And then in the meantime, we're continuing to informally extend engagement opportunities for tribes for participation in things like our emerging family leadership group, the statewide home visiting fiscal study that Beth mentioned, and participation in home visiting advisories. So I'll go ahead and wrap up there by thanking you for the opportunity for us to provide an update on our work, and I'm very interested if anyone has questions or anything to add to that.
Okay, thank you very much, Rebecca, for all of the groundwork that you've laid getting us to this point over the last many months. And it will be exciting to see how this moves forward in whatever form that might take. All right, we're going to move on to our next presenter, and thank you, Beth and Rebecca, very, very much. Appreciate you being here.
Thanks,
Great
Sue.
work.
Thanks, everyone. Bye-bye.
Great work. All right, now I'm excited to welcome Dr. Perez. There she is. Hello, good afternoon. And we're happy to have you with us as the chair of the Educator Advancement Council, fondly referred to as the EAC.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for welcoming me in. I have some slides. Am I able to share?
Yeah, of course.
Let's see. See if you can see those.
Yes.
Great. Okay, well, thank you so much for having me. I'm excited to be here today to share a little bit about the Educator Advancement Council and the collaboration of our offices, of our agencies. My name is Dr. Karen Perez, and I identify as a brown-skinned Latina, first generation from El Salvador. I have 26 years in education and 16 of those as an educator. My connection to early learning, my personal connection to early learning is that when my family came to the United States, my mother worked in an early learning, as an early learning care, care provider at Vermont Hills Center. And my whole family has worked through that center as well. So I grew up in early learning. And then also in my teaching in the classroom, I was a kindergarten teacher for 16 years. So I have a love for the littles, the early learners, not the littles, the early learners, and early literacy and that community connection to their families and to community as we serve our students in our schools. A little bit about the Educator Advancement Council. The Educator Advancement Council is a partnership across agencies and across the whole pre-K-12 continuum of education. And what we do is we serve Oregon's 80,000 educators, pre-K through 12, and through professional learning and different supports throughout the educator continuum. Whether they're thinking about going into education, whether they're a new educator, whether they're thinking about changing careers or advancing into administration, that's where we support. We have five areas of focus: career pathways and advancement in education. What that means, it's kind of streamlined career pathways into and through educator careers that provide financial resources and other supports to achieve an educator workforce that's equity driven and more reflective of our pre-K-12 student demographics. Another focus of ours is elevating educator voice and leadership, enhanced district and educator preparation partnerships. So we create and deepen partnerships between pre-kindergarten services, tribes, districts, community colleges, and universities to really promote educator profession, and then also to coordinate educator preparation efforts and share data sets and needed achievement information so that we have the most effective educator professionals. Fourth, our equity-driven, high-quality professional learning is something where we identify and expand professional learning models across our state that support pre-K-12 teachers and educators, administrators, early learning educators. And we really work on how this professional development is designed and implemented in a way that drives forward equity initiatives and then high quality professional learning that's really aligned to state professional learning standards to really focused on improving student outcomes. And lastly, our work is about retention. It's about improving and expanding models that provide all novice educators access to high quality mentoring, professional development, and supports during their first 3 to 5 years so that they can really have access to practicing and increasing those effective practices that best support our students. Something that's unique about the Educator Advancement Council is that it occupies a space as a decision-making body that directs the use of state resources from P to 20 educator workforce development. The council has representatives from across the educator continuum. So philanthropy, our 9 federally recognized tribes, educator prep programs, professional education associations, as well as practitioners from early learning to K-12 classified and certified, district ESD superintendents, school board members. And those you can see in gray, they serve as rotating directors. What you see there in blue is in the dark blue, it's our standing directors that represent the 4 state agencies that work to impact education directly. So the Department of Early Learning and Care is there. So Alyssa is our representative with Andy as her surrogate. We have the Higher Education Coordinating Commission, Teacher Standards and Practices Commission, and then the Department of Education is also represented as well. In addition, we have 3 ex officio positions that you'll see in green, in that dark green, and that includes, we have a state representative, Representative McLean, we have a room for a state senator, and then the governor's office is also there. And as administrative agents, this council really directs the statute, decides how the legislation that's put forth and the funding will move through and how we will use that. The council is staffed by ODE employees, and I myself, the executive director, is a member of the executive team of the Oregon Department of Education. So an important part of our work is kind of our theory of change. When we invest in the educators, then we will see that success for our students. So we look at, in our theory of change, we improve systems and improve the professional development. And that is a cycle of learning that continues to improve outcomes for our Oregon students over time. And we do this work through different initiatives. We currently have some that are ongoing initiatives and some that are one-time funded initiatives. So the regional education networks, Grow Your Own programs are ongoing initiatives. And then we've had one-time funding for Tribal Nations Educator Collaboratives, statewide mentoring, and then we have the partnerships across our agencies as well. To speak a little bit more specifically about early learning and care educators, the EAC, or the Educator Advancement Council, can serve educators who are employed, or early learning educators who are employed by a school district or an education service district. They are eligible to receive supports and services from our networks. So if I think about that first part, the regional education networks, the state has taken, or legislators have taken the state and divided it into 10 regions. And the idea is that we would have these 10 regions, every single school district, all 197 school districts are connected to a REN, one of those 10 RENs. And what we do is that the funding then can get spread out for professional development and systems of support across the whole entire state. The RENs themselves are really focused on that culturally responsive professional learning, culture, on leadership and collective responsibility. It also looks at improving evidence-based practices that best support our students. And they focus on recruitment, retention, and induction of our new educators. All this support is really led by educator voice. So educators coming forth and saying, this is what our region needs. This is what we need in our collective. And then they bring that to a coordinating body. And we have early learning educator perspective represented in the coordinating bodies of these RENs. And then also through our RENs, our early learning educators can access professional learning and training, and then also access to networks. So again, for our RENs specifically, or for our work at the Educator Advancement Council, it's open to those early learning educators who are employed in a school district or an ESD. They can serve on our councils as well. They have access to professional learning and ongoing trainings. And our long-term outcome, it's really to expand models statewide that support the seamless systems of professional learning for early learning educators with K-3 public school systems. Our second area that I mentioned earlier was our Grow Your Own educator programs. We have more than 30, we have 29 local and regional partnerships for Grow Your Own. And you can see on the right there that we have there's 10 new programs. Some are connected to school districts, community college, universities, to our tribes. And the main part of our Grow Your Own programs is about recruitment, but also really about retention. The idea that if we grow you in the area where you live, where your community and home and supports are, then you're more likely to stay in the field and have that whole community of support. Let's see. Let me go to the next slide. Specifically for early learning and Grow Your Own, here's some milestones that we've hit from 23-24. We have 6 of our Grow Your Own programs that are supporting participants to earn their early learning certificates and related degrees. And we have 94 Grow Your Own participants that are early learning and care program employees. And then if you look on the right, for education preparation, we have 50 Grow Your Own participants that received an early learning associate's degree, 23 Grow Your Own participants that has received an early learning certificates, and 16 Grow Your Own participants that have received initial certificate in early childhood or childhood education through our programs. When you look here, the EAC Grow Your Own program is really, they work in collaboration with community colleges, school districts, and associations across Oregon, where we're partnering in support of our educators working to earn early learning certificates and credentials. And in 2023-2024, 6 of the Grow Your Own programs had participated who earned, oh, not that part. Sorry, the numbers are on here too. But you can see about how many of each were connected to each of those partner programs. In addition, all 9 federal recognized tribes in Oregon have a Grow Your Own program, and 4 of the tribes are supporting early learning and care candidates, in their programs, including Burns, Grand Ronde, Klamath, and Umatilla. They've just initiated their program, so the strategies they provide, we can see here, but those are newer programs. But they're working on recruiting, including outreach, engagement, and career exploration for our early learning providers. They offer financial support to tribal members to pursue degrees and certificates. They're providing access to education, professional development, and training, and they provide job security and livable wages for those providers. One of the pieces that we're continuously working on is strengthening the agency partnerships. So as I started as the Educator Advancement Council Executive Director in July of 2020, is it 2025? 2024. We're not there in July 2025 yet. July of 2024. And Alyssa and I have continuously started to meet to ensure like where can we collaborate more? Where is that overlap in our work? And what is the EAC niche that can support the work of the Oregon Department of Early Learning and Care? Some of the areas where we're continuing to see where we can track this progress is we have a biennial educator equity report that is mandated by legislation that we provide the state. We can follow the data basically. We also have the regional educator networks that I discussed before that support pre-K 12 across districts. We talked about our Grow Your Own partnerships, and we have a new initiative that's we're hoping to launch in a month or so, a month or two, which is our professional learning platform. And this is a space where we will be able to connect educators across our entire state through professional learning. So we're still developing that and really connecting with Alyssa and the team at the DELT to see what that partnership could look like and what supports might be needed, and just continuing that conversation. So with that, I've talked at you for a while, but I'm happy to answer questions and just see what questions you have for me, or if there's any other information I can provide you.
Thank you, Dr. Perez. Very, very interesting. Did you tell us your funding came from the Student Success Act? Is that correct?
Yeah, our funding does come from the Student Success Act, and there's a couple other places. So that's where we're connecting it to those educators that are in school districts or ESDs.
And do you know what that amount is?
Yes, I actually have a slide. Let me pull that slide up for you. Hold on. So I have a little bit of a cold.
Seems to be the season.
Yes. We went on a family trip and my child had it, so then we ended up all getting it from being in the car together.
Oh yeah, children share everything.
Right? Okay, so our funding, here's our slide. We have 3 different areas for our funding. So educator advancement funds, state education initiatives account, and the general funds. And you could see exactly what we were talking about earlier was the regional education networks, which is the one that divides the state into 10. The Grow Your Own programs are 17 million for that part. And then we also have partnerships with the Higher Education Coordinating Commission, which is scholarships. You can see that they're educator prep programs looking at equitable practices and standards for those programs. And then in the professional learning platform, and then we also work with TSPC for scholarships, licensure reimbursement, barrier reduction for testing. And the ones in orange at the bottom, the Tribal Nation Educator Collaborative, the New Educator Mentoring, and the transfer to the apprenticeship program that we have with TSPC, those are one-time funds.
Wow. Okay, thank you. Great slide. Yeah. Question, Suban.
Hola, Doctora Perez. I don't know if you remember me. I hope you don't remember me. I was a very bad student teacher I think you were at Barnes.
Yes, you were a bad student teacher. I remember you, but you weren't a bad student teacher.
Anyways, my question is really about the regional educator networks, the REN. The last time I got like some visibility into this, I was speaking with Shandine, who was a previous director. And from what I understood, the regional educator networks would set a table, have a discussion with many partners, and create a plan. And they would submit the plan to the EAC. And then the EAC would approve them. And in that plan, the regional educator networks could articulate a whole lot on early learning if that's what the community wanted to do. First, is that how the process works for the RENs?
Yeah, so the Wrens have a coordinating body that's made up of educators, administrators, predominantly educators from across the entire region that they serve. And so the Wren plans that are developed come to that coordinating body. So educators say, early learning educators, for example, at the Northwest Regional ESD, we're looking at providing professional development around behavior and health supports as seclusion and those different areas were growing. Like they needed that extra support. So they came to the Wren coordinating body and said, we have this need. The coordinating body takes in all the different needs from all the districts and all the educators that come forth, and then they see how much funding they have, and then they say, okay, this meets our goals, and we will fund this much for this particular professional development or mentoring program that is being asked for. So yes to, I think, the way that you described it.
Okay, sounds good. The question that I'm kind of leading to is, what do you have any regions where you feel like they have pretty strong early learning plans, or like where are the regions where you feel like the Wrens are, because just word on the street, just from the Wrens that I've engaged with, and it's not all of them, and I haven't spoken to everyone, is that some of the Wrens are having trouble like having a creating a table where they're having a meaningful conversation with early learning folks in the area. And I want to better understand what can the early learning council do? What can DELC do? Like how can we better make this work?
Yeah. And those are the pieces that were when the Educator Advancement Council and the Wrens and all these programs started was right before COVID. And so everybody was trying to implement these programs, and it was a little bumpy. And so what we're doing right now is working on the alignment of how those different proposals come forth and how are they being analyzed by the coordinating bodies, and how is this collaboration happening. We were just doing a site visit a month ago, I think. Yeah, a month ago, for example, at the Northwest Regional ESD, and they shared about the early learning work that they're doing in collaboration with DELC. And a piece of this is that there's a need to braid funding, right? This funding is pre-K 12, not just early learning funding, but there's a need to braid. And so what they came up with was our funding can be used for those early learning providers that are in a ESD or a school district, whereas DELC funds serves all the other providers. So what they did at the Northwest Regional ESD was to braid that funding to be able to open up the professional development for more early learning providers. So I think in that conversation that you were asking me was around how do these projects come about? And I think in those conversations that are happening in the Wrens and the coordinating bodies, there is not only the conversation that's happening around what is needed, but also thinking outside the box of how some of this funding can be braided to support early learning educators across the whole spectrum of early learning educators. And Alyssa, I don't know if you want to add anything I know you and I have been kind of talking about this piece.
Yeah, I would just add, I think one of the pieces Dr. Perez and I have been talking about are I think EAC helps address a gap that we have in our system, which is that DELC does not have any purview over district operated early childhood programs. Licensure isn't required. There are no requirements that they have to meet in terms of ratios, anything, right? And so as we think about quality and the expectation that families have when they receive services in these settings, I think the EAC can be a really critical partner in helping us think about the workforce component of that, knowing so much of the quality is directly tied to the workforce wages, all of those things. And so I've been really excited to see this kind of very intentional carve out of the EAC's role in the early learning professional workforce that is complementary to DELC and ELC's role as opposed to overlapping. So that's where I think there's a lot of opportunity to think about kind of future coordination between these two councils.
Yeah, and this might be a conversation I just need to follow up with you, Dr. Perez, because so our organization, Teaching Preschool Partners, we're in that Northwest Regional project. In fact, May 30th, we're leading an event with 7 principals around like what does leadership look like when you're trying to do preschool through elementary, right? Like, how do we be instructional leaders that supports all of these folks, right? And so, I feel like the workforce issues that we've been hearing about earlier this morning, and you touched on them on Grow Your Own and how regions are doing that, are really about building supply. But I think in the P12 discussion it's a little bit different. So for example, some of the issues that I'll come into is, principals may not understand that a 4th grade teacher or a middle school gym coach isn't the best candidate to be a preschool teacher. In fact, they'll probably struggle a lot, right, in those classrooms. And so it's not, I think it's just, we need to have those types of conversations with building leaders and district, leaders. So I think I just love to follow up with you around like, what kinds of plans are the Wrens putting out there? And, maybe we can think about that alignment, that because you touched on that's a goal.
Yeah, one of the things we aren't we can't require, the EAC does not do anything with like required training requirements for early learning providers or for principals and that, but we can, our niche is providing the professional development that can be given around certain areas. I mentioned also that it's not just our Wrens, but we also have we'll be launching that professional learning platform in a month or so. And that's another space where we see that collaboration can happen and educators from across our state could be brought together, or administrators, in these different ways of learning and processing, whether it's on how do you choose, preschool educators or teachers, for their programs. So those kinds of or communities of practice around early learning can happen there, or even connections back to the DELC professional development. So people go onto one site and can be directed to the DELC site as well.
Okay, thank you. We're going to have to move on, but Suban, you may well want to connect with Dr. Perez for follow-up conversation.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you for joining us, and thanks for your work leading the EAC. So now we're going to hear from another system initiative council. So this will be the last one today, and I think will help tee us up for the conversation about coordination, braiding, blending, etc. But we're going to hear about the Early Learning System Initiative, fondly referred to as ELSI. And I'm not sure who's leading us off. John, are you leading this off?
Good
John.
afternoon, Chair Miller. Actually, John was going to step in for me, but I was able to step out from my situation and wanted to come and make sure that I was here to introduce ELSI for you. So I'll kick it off if you all are ready.
Okay, great. Thanks, Sandy.
Thank you. So good afternoon, Chair Miller and directors. I'm happy to be here to introduce our colleagues at the Early Learning System Initiative, known as ELSI, which is located at Oregon State University. Just as a quick background, ELSI was established to support the infrastructure around our professional learning providers in Oregon. As a capacity building center, they support our professional learning system in a variety of ways. Over the last 2 bienniums, they've had many successes, which our guests are prepared to share with you today. As a quick preview, some of the accomplishments are supporting our work towards Growing Oregon Together Goal 4.3a, which discusses the need for an expansion of coaching to support building a coaching workforce. They're also supporting Growing Oregon Together Goal 4.1b, which is adopting national competencies for early educators by supporting our adoption of the National Association for the Education of Young Children standards and competencies for early educators, as well as our 0 to 3 critical competencies for those working with infants and toddlers. Dr. Megan McClellan is the director of Hallie E. Ford Center at the Oregon State University, where Elsie is housed. And I'm going to actually hand it over to her to walk us through some of Elsie's priorities that they are supporting and some of their successes.
All right, thanks, Sandy. Welcome, Megan.
Hi, Sue. Hi, everyone. Thanks so much for having us here. I think Gabby is going to do my screen sharing. Okay, thanks, Gabby. I was like, are you advancing or am I advancing? Okay, so my name is Megan McClellan. I'm here also with two of my colleagues, Dr. Bridget Hatfield and Alexis Tracy, who are also available to answer questions when we get to that section. My goal here today, I should first introduce myself quickly. I'm a professor here. I've been at OSU. I know many of you. I've been here for a long time. I'm the director of the Hallie Ford Center. I'm also the director of the Early Learning System Initiative, or also called ELSI, which is housed in the center I direct and is part of our Oregon State University's College of Health. So my goal here today is to really talk about what ELSI does, which is to help support the system that provides professional development, technical assistance, and mentor coaching for early learning professionals in Oregon. I'm going to talk a little bit about who ELSI supports and then focus on the 4 core areas of ELSI. So if you can go to the next slide, Gabby. This is a quick overview. We've been building ELSI for a few years now with the help of DELC, with Andy and John, and really appreciate their partnership and collaboration. We have 4 core areas that I'm going to go into. It's been a whirlwind of building and exciting work that's been happening here. We have areas in the focus areas are professional learning. We recently added in which I'll talk about, our inclusion initiative, coaching, mentor coaching, coaching supports, and we have an impact and evaluation core, and then we have an administration core also. Okay, Gabby, next one, please. What does ELSI do? I'm going to go into more depth, but as an overview quickly, you can see here, it's a nice slide to see that our professional learning core provides professional learning, development, and facilitation. Our coaching core has developed the Oregon coaching competencies and coaching pathways, and also provides supports for Preschool Promise and OPK DELC-funded coaches. Our inclusion initiative, originally funded through the Oregon Department of Education and now with braided funding with DELC, also provides professional development and technical assistance for pyramid model and indicators of high quality inclusion. And then we have a research, data, impact, and evaluation core that I'll get into that really analyzes statewide data in partnership with DELC, and also provides data analysis on the impact that our activities are having in the early childhood workforce across Oregon. So next slide, please. So who does ELSI support? We basically support in a number of ways early learning and care professionals across Oregon, across our different cores. In addition to that more universal work, we also, through our inclusion initiative, support communities that have been identified by the Oregon Early Childhood Inclusion State Leadership Team. And then, as I already mentioned, which I'll go into a little bit more, our coaching core also provides support for publicly funded coaches in OPK and Preschool Promise. Next slide. So let me go into a little bit of quick and brief depth for about each of our core areas. The professional learning core is led by Alexis Tracy, who's here today. They work with partners across Oregon to support and create resources for early educators, community partners, coaches, technical assistance staff, childcare resource and referral staff, program leaders. The main area of work here, as Andy actually started talking about a little bit, includes things like supporting Oregon's adoption of the NAEYC, which is the National Association for the Education of Young Children standards and competencies, through understanding the current technical assistance landscape and really collaborating with other system partners. We are creating and building system capacity around long form and longer term professional development and implementation supports through things like cross-agency collaboration with our partners at Western Oregon, at TRI, and also at Portland State University in their center. And then providing professional development training opportunities, followed by longer-term communities of practice to create a job-embedded PD system in Oregon. We also provide facilitator supports, including professional development trainings and resources. We facilitate monthly communities of practice for preschool promise quality specialists. And then we also provide support for infant toddler specialists, also mentioned earlier by Andy, through resource development and supporting the DELC effort to increase the capacity around the 0 to 3 critical competencies. Next slide. Our coaching core is led by Dr. Bridget Hatfield, and in partnership with DELC and other system partners, we've created the Oregon Coaching Competencies, which serve as the foundation for coaching in Oregon. We work collaboratively with DELC to create coaching pathways for the workforce in Oregon. This includes things like the Foundations in Coaching course. You can see there on the left side of your slide. It's free and available in 5 languages. As of a quick impact, as of last quarter, 332 people were enrolled from diverse roles in Oregon's early childhood education workforce. We're also piloting a portfolio of different activities to demonstrate coaching competencies, and then also offer in-person and virtual professional development workshops and resources focused on practice-based coaching and the coaching competencies. On the other side of the slide, the coaching core is very busy supporting DELC-funded Oregon pre-K and preschool promise coaches. There's a team of 5 mentor coaches. They provide ongoing relationship-based, individualized supports for coaches who are funded through DELC. These LC mentor coaches meet in one-on-one sessions with 60 coaches, as well as facilitate monthly coach communities of practice. They also offer scripted practice-based coaching cycles and support preschool promise coaches in childcare resource and referrals to help coaches with pyramid model implementation. Next slide. There we go, thanks. The Inclusion Initiative is co-led by Dr. Bridget Hatfield and Dominic Paz, and it has been co-funded by DELC and the Oregon Department of Education. And this team, inclusion team, connects and collaborates for effective technical assistance to communities, particularly around pyramid model and inclusionary practices. This team supports 9 community teams in over 19 counties. And they are involved in a whole host of professional development and technical assistance, including field testing the pyramid model implementation data system with about 50 different programs. We're also in the process of hiring a PIDS data coordinator who will provide direct support to communities, especially around Every Child Belongs. We've coordinated with the Pyramid Model Consortium to bring additional DELC-funded Pyramid Model Train the Trainer sessions to Oregon, which has resulted in over 200 new Pyramid Model trainers, primarily in those childcare resource and referrals. And then we also provide Pyramid Model connected trainings, including these free e-modules for all educators. Next slide. Finally, our Impact and Evaluation Core is led by Dr. Chris Gonzalez here at Oregon State, and he and his team, us together, provide data support, insight, and recommendations to DELC and other system partners. I think as a leading research university in Oregon, we have particular strengths in this area. We work with DELC on statewide data to provide recommendations with system partners to align data collection practices, facilitate data sharing and insight across our partners and organizations. We provide, as you can see here, although you can't read them, those are quarterly impact reports with metrics and activities for each of our LC cores to demonstrate the impact that we're having across the state for the early childhood workforce. As one quick example, in fall 2024, ELSI translated 86 documents and over 1.1 million words in 7 languages. So in summary, in ELSI and across ELSI, all of our cores areas collaborate to align and enhance our work. This includes, for one quick example, how our coaching core works with our inclusion team to provide coaching on pyramid model implementation and supports. We also regularly collaborate with other system partners across Oregon to support retention and workforce development in the early learning workforce. And I'll stop. Thank you very much for your time. Happy to answer any questions you have and also come back for any more in-depth discussion.
All right. Thank you very much, Megan. Wow. Yes, a lot.
How was that? Like, whoo!
Yes. There's a lot going on. Peter.
Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate the information. It's great to get the update, Megan. A couple questions. First, on the Pyramid Model Consortium, are there plans to continue to expand? Do we have a kind of outlook of what's going to happen in the next 2 years in terms of the number of coaches?
For a pyramid model, like tell me, in our inclusion?
Well, you had in inclusion, you had the consortium information that you've been able to train 200 coaches by now. And I'm just wondering what the projection is for the next 2 years in terms of the number of coaches we'll be able to add.
Bridget, do you want to jump in?
Well, I want to just, hi, I'm Bridget Hatfield. Just to clarify, we trained 200 trainers to be able to give pyramid model within the inclusion initiative.
Okay, and are you going to add more of those trainers? Is there a plan to add more of those trainers?
I'm going to defer to Andy for that question. It's out of my.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Director Buckley. Good question. And we definitely are working very closely with our colleagues over at ODE, who I know you've spoke to, and they've come here to the ELC a few times, Meredith Valines and Carol Williams. And so there's a couple different pieces of that work. One is more directly related to the Oregon Early Childhood Inclusion activities, which is where we have the structure of ELSI supporting community coaches, program coaches, and instructional coaches around the pyramid model. And then on top of that, we've layered in additional trainers who are prepared to train educators on the pyramid model. And then our plan and our strategy then is, as we continue to grow coaches, to make sure that our coaches are prepared to coach towards pyramid model. We're actually working with ELSI to do some more trainings for coaching towards pyramid model in the next biennium. It's one of their activities. There's actually a couple trainings happening this summer, and then we're going to be scheduling some more out. So what we can do is work closely with those who have been trained to be trainers, activate them in community, and then have those educators connect with people who can then coach them on those practices in the classroom. Because especially with pyramid model, it's a type of training where you sit and you enjoy it and you go back to your classroom, you're like, okay, I got this. And then things happen and everybody has big feelings. And so you need that practice in the classroom and you need that support. And so that's what we're working on currently, is how we expand that out, knowing that specifically for the supports to those communities that are going in partnership with ODE and DELC with the Oregon Early Childhood Inclusion. The state leadership team is continuing to think about how can we secure additional funding for that. Right now, the funding for supporting those communities is pretty maxed out. Yeah. So we don't have any current plans to be able to include more communities into that particular project. So we're trying to leverage existing funds as we continue to look towards the future, if there may be more funds either through ODE or DELC that could shift that strategy.
Great, thank you.
You're welcome.
I get what you're saying. I love the idea of how this can be scaled up. I would love to make sure the council's kept updated on really how that's looking in terms of, it's a workforce issue, basically. We talk about workforce a lot today. So if we're basically training a workforce, some of the workforce trains other trainers, some of the workforce is the frontline staff in the classroom. I'd just love to see how that's going to be kind of scaled up over time.
Well, and I'll just quickly add, I was just discussing at a conference for a pyramid model and what a big, huge study they're doing on implementation of pyramid. And, you know, it's effective if you can really support coaches in the implementation, as we know, right? It's always about fidelity of implementation. And so, yes, and I think it's also just constrained by the capacity of what we can do. So a little bit.
It's one more, and John might want to weigh in too. But I keep asking this question too. You know, with Preschool Promise, I'm not sure which data is being collected, but do we have a baseline of data for Preschool Promise in terms of behavior issues in Preschool Promise now that we can look 2 years from now and say we've been able to decrease behavior issues in Preschool Promise by 12% over 2 years? Do we have that kind of data?
I would love to have that data. I don't have that data. John, do you have
Right.
that data? Can I please have that data? You could do a lot with that data.
I think, yeah, you're absolutely right, Director Buckley, and that's something that our team with John is working closely with the program, program development and administration office within DELC as we look at what types of data are we collecting and is it giving us the information that we want. And so that's actually one of the projects that Elsie is working on with Preschool Promise and OPK currently. So hopefully soon we will know if we're getting that data, and if not, then we will make adjustments for sure.
Yeah, we need that.
Okay. John, do you want to weigh in on that, or are you going somewhere else?
I can weigh in on a little bit of that. I was also wanting to just, I should just introduce myself because I haven't spoken today on this meeting. I'm John Raves. I'm the Professional Learning System Director at the Department of Early Learning and Care. And thank you. I was thinking about the Inclusion Initiative and a bit of an answer to Director Buckley's question around expansion of coaching. And I also just wanted to state that as ODE and DELC are working really closely together to fund the Inclusion Initiative and really think about de-siloing inclusion activities throughout our state so that it's part of the practices that are embedded in every classroom and every childcare program. One of the issues, though, that has occurred over this biennium, ODE put in a really substantial investment that wasn't able to be fully continued. And so between the two organizations, ODE and us, we're supplementing enough funding to keep the Inclusion Initiative moving forward, but not at the level that it was before. But they're able to maintain the base staffing supports that are really keeping connections to those Oregon Early Childhood Inclusion regions and continuing the communities of practice that they're doing and all of the work that they're doing with those local regional partners. But I did want to just mention the constraints that have occurred because, you know, sometimes we have good funding, but it doesn't last forever. And so we're talking about, you know, I think that was a little over a $4 million investment that we're now moving down to jointly funding something that might be closer to 1.5 million. So it's not as significant, but it is the funding that we've identified is, you know, sustainable over this next biennium.
I just really have to emphasize what John said because, you know, Department of Ed just did an incredible job supporting the beginning of this work. And I really also really appreciate DELC stepping in. And so it's just, you know, we are not able to expand at this point, unfortunately.
So is the funding you just referenced, John, that's for the Inclusion Initiative from
Yes.
4 million to 1.5 million?
Yes. So that is, I'm not 100% certain on the portion that's coming from ODE where they identified those dollars to come from for 25-27, but from our side, it's Early Learning Account Professional Development Fund.
Okay, got it. Thanks. Subin.
Hi everyone. I know a lot of people here. It was really great to get this update. I feel like there was the slide of what does Elsie do. I feel like it clearly lined up with my understanding of what Elsie was charged to do. So that was very helpful to kind of see the update for that. And I know my question may not map to what you were charged to do, but I think it's an important question nonetheless. Throughout today, when we've been talking about workforce, one of the key things that has kept coming up is what are the things we need to do to create the workforce? So you're helping to answer that around coaches, right? But what do we also need to do to sustain them and nourish them and make sure they stay in the field? And so I'd love to ask that in a broad way, for anyone here. What do we need to think about in order for coaches to stay coaches and be awesome coaches, for as long as possible?
Subin, thank you for asking that question. I'm going to take the liberty of attempting to respond. I think you're right. Like, we have pathways that, sort of show progress to that workforce. And I think there's probably a couple of things. I think one is the coaches that have supports from our mentor coaches are able to have that sort of connection, that relationship-based approach to really work on their own skills as a coach, which we, hope and anticipate translates to some of that nourishment and sustaining by feeling like they have a position in the field that is important. I'd say our communities of practice, one of the things we hear consistently over the past number of years is those peer-to-peer connections and ways in which we've continued to pivot and foster those in different ways with our mentor coaches and the coaches across the state. And, thirdly, I think from a nourishment standpoint is to figure out at a system level to how we support coaches to actually stay coaches and not get pulled into many other positions that they often get pulled in as more often senior members of staff and programs. And so protection of their ability to be able to do that job that they were hired to do. I could say more, but in the interest of time, I will stop there and let others share.
Thank you, and hi everyone. Yes, lots of familiar faces. I'm guessing Subin can answer this question, but I'll just pose it to the group. This meeting has really been a lot for me about connecting the dots, kind of like at state to local systems. And I'm curious because I haven't been able to really wrap my brain around it. What is the connection between sort of what Elsie does around pyramid model supports and with Every Child Belongs? Are there intersections? How are they relating to each other? What is that process like?
Andy, do you want to talk about that, or do?
Yeah, I can jump in, but also happy to have Bridget, Alexis also mention some of the pieces that they're supporting with Every Child Belongs. And I know John is very involved in all of that work. So great question. Thank you, Director Ramirez. As we are building out Every Child Belongs, as you know, as a system initiative, there's a lot of different elements of that at work. And so specifically around Elsie's pyramid model supports and Every Child Belongs, it's showing up in a couple different ways. One of it is how Every Child Belongs intersects with the Oregon Early Childhood Inclusion State Leadership Team and talking there about how those two things can support each other. Another pretty big piece is, as I mentioned, they'll be hiring a PIDS coordinator. PIDS is, and please correct me if I get this wrong, but Pyramid Model Integrated Data System.
Yeah, pyramid.
Yes, yeah. And so that is going to be a place that we're able to ask folks who are responding to a program that through Every Child Belongs is asking for support. That support goes out there. So that'll be a data tracking piece that has already been utilized and field tested through these 50 programs. So Elsie will be supporting that very directly. There already been, the data team's been involved in a lot of conversations with folks at DELC who are looking at Every Child Belongs and thinking about this Every Child Belongs connection piece. And then within every of those 4 cores listed in their next biennium, we've started to really identify very specific activities to connect to Every Child Belongs, whether it is developing train the trainers and implementation supports for classroom behaviors, whether it is supporting bringing additional equity trainings into the state. How are the mentor coaches working with coaches to talk about Every Child Belongs and those root causes of suspension and expulsion and inclusionary practices. So we are definitely, again, with Every Child Belongs. As you know, it is not an initiative that came with a lot of funding attached to it. And so we are really thinking about how do we leverage and pivot the current funding we have. And Elsie's been a great partner in that, along with their partnership with the Research Institute at Western Oregon University that also works very closely with our CCR&Rs. And then directly with the CCR&Rs. So I hope that answers your question, but always happy to provide more information if that's helpful.
Alexis, did you want to add any specifics quickly to that? Or are you good?
I kind of just one piece that isn't documented, I guess, in our slides or materials is around workforce wellness. We know that's important. We know that's tied to everyone, every child. And so part of the professional learning core is not only to work in what we were just sharing around, like supporting that implementation, that transfer to practice, that job, what do you need to be successful in a job embedded learning system, and focusing, as we know, as one part of that is the workforce wellness. So things for program leaders, to educators, to what are we doing at the state level. And in addition, just kind of that coordinated and alignment effort across partners, really starting with, if it says this here, it says that here, educators are accessing information materials the same way. They know to come to ELSI as a hub for wellness, or, hey, you need this conversation, check in with the mentor coaches. And so I would say that workforce wellness piece both addresses some of the Every Child Belong aspects, and also what Subin had mentioned earlier around what are we doing to that nourishment piece. That's what we hope is one of those really pivotal pieces of the system that we're hoping to kind of embed and align across all regions.
Okay, thank you. Great question, Ruby. Any other questions of the ELSI staff who are here? All right. Thank you all very much for joining us, and thanks for the work that you're doing in this.
For having us. Really appreciate your time and for listening. It's great to see you all.
Thank you. And John Reeves, I know you weren't on the agenda, but I have a feeling we're going to have a lot of follow-up discussion that you would certainly be helpful, I think, in figuring out where do we go from here as a council. Not just with ELSI, but with this entire day that we have just spent.
I'd be happy to think out loud with you about that.
Thank you. Okay, thanks everyone. So council, that is the end of our agenda. Yes, exactly, Katie. We're all either brain dead or brain exploding. I don't know exactly what the phrase is.
And Sue, if I could, that was a lot of really good information. Gabby, awesome job putting this together and following all the questions and stuff. You are so impressive.
Thank you, Harriet. Just big shout out to Harriet. I know she's not on the call either, but it really is a team effort between me, her, and Sue. So there's a lot of coordinating that goes on behind the scenes, but thank you.
Yeah, nice job, Gabby. Great job. So you're right, Katie. We have had a ton of information presented today. I know some of it's repetitive for some of us on the call. I think other of it is new awarenesses of how much is going on. And I really do think we want to talk with Alyssa and probably John Reeves and maybe others about what the follow-up to this is. And I think Marie, kind of tracking back the question that you raised 2 or 3 hours ago. Yes, what would you like to add?
I guess I kind of wanted also maybe to say my question in a little bit different way, because as I've been listening to all of this today, there's definitely a space for even, I think, what we heard today to have some sort of table set around collaboration. But it makes me sort of even zoom up higher and really think about how complex and many pieces of this puzzle there are. And it really makes me think about like who is holding, if our North Star, if what I'm thinking is our North Star as the ELC and as early learning professionals as a whole is we want to increase slots. That's what I keep hearing. We're 1,500 short. It's a childcare desert. So like, okay, increasing childcare slots is our North Star. We want all the things we heard, right? Workforce, professional development. I'm missing a lot of tree branches there, but our North Star is we want more slots. Who holds that as their responsibility to follow all of the threads, to tend to all of the branches that come off of that? Like, who's holding that? Is that the Early Learning Council? Is that our role and job to set that table and bring people together and ask about how we're collaborating in order to increase slots? Does DELC hold that role? Is that a part of the new office of DELC, that they are listening to all of these spaces that we just heard about with all of the workforce pieces and all of the professional development? And are they holding the space for collaboration? I'm sorry, I'm kind of rambling, but I guess that's where my head is who is like, if we're all together here and we have a task, somebody has to lead that. Somebody has to say, we are going to get together, we're going to talk about this issue, and we need to come together, have some economies of scale and collaboration, and we're moving that issue forward. Who is that? Who does that? And whose job is it to drive the bus?
Actually, under statute, it's us. The Early Learning Council is charged under statute to develop the early learning system for the state of Oregon.
So I hear you, Peter, and have no authority, right? Our authority sits in rulemaking. So we actually don't have any teeth. We just bring people together. I'm wondering, I feel like we're the co-pilots, maybe. I don't know. Whose job is it to sort of learn with us? Because we've been learning a lot and it's great, but we can't say to, the last two panelists we heard, hey, y'all, we think you should get together and figure out how to collaborate those systems and make it really effective for the whole state. Like, I don't feel like we have that authority. Who does?
Oh, it looks like John Reeves does. All right, John. We're so glad you stayed on this call.
Yeah, the hand raise was to add clarity. But thank you for that vote of confidence. I do think it is DELC's responsibility to help bring together and coordinate that plan, but also other partners that hold a piece of the puzzle, because we are a new organization and we have a lot of the levers that relate to supply building and leveraging our community systems that we have to be a support in that, in addition to our internal structure. But then there's definitely other partners here. I mean, we talked a lot about different things today, and higher education is a huge piece of it. And, the supports and services and Oregon Health Authority. And, so, I mean, I think it's the walking beside the council in helping, realize that system coordination. But when we're talking truly about increasing the supply of childcare, I think DELC is to help lead that. So, okay.
So John, do you know off the top of your head what your budget is for professional learning development at DELC?
Off the top of my head, let me see. It is somewhere around $100 million across multiple different funding sources.
And that would be grants and contracts and everything.
Absolutely. It's mostly the funding going out to communities and various projects. that's leveraging federal Child Care Development Fund, our professional development early learning account dollars, some general fund for things like Every Child Belongs, and a little bit of some of our CCR&R services. Yeah, so we can give you more insight into what those different funding sources are funding within.
Okay, thanks. I think that'd be really interesting just to see where DELC's resources are directed. I'm going to go to Robin because we haven't heard from Robin much today.
Thank you very much, Sue. Well, I was just thinking, I appreciate Marie's comments so much and John's clarity and this idea of walking beside the council. I always want to ask, how can we be more effective, John? So thinking what you shared and how can the council be more effective in supporting DELC and the efforts. So I'm really thinking about that a lot. But just backing up about the whole day, and I thought that the workforce development, professional development support connections was complicated in Oregon, but I learned all kinds of new things today. And so if we were going to do an asset map of the strengths and resources in the state, it would be a very rich landscape map. And I would be so curious to see each of the assets, how they're connected, what their roles and responsibilities, where their funding streams, and who they answer to, and who's responsible for what. Because it's so complicated that right now my head is like, how could I grasp it all? And I just want to I'm a visual person, so I just want to visualize all of those components of the asset map. And it would help the Early Learning Council, I think, a lot in thinking about directing improvements. And a system is all about relationship and connections, and so finding out where those misconnections or misses are, finding out where the gaps are, finding out where the really great connections are and building on those, that would be, I think, the way that we could improve the system. And so I really am excited to think about how we could do that in the future.
Great point, Robin. Thanks. Good thoughts. Subin.
Yes, to what Robin just said, I feel even if it's not a map, a list will be great. Something that will just help us make sense to be able to zoom out and see across the landscape what's going on and where's what. But I feel like, okay, this is my, what is it, third, fourth year on the council? I can't remember how long I've been on Early Learning Council. And I feel like this question of how can we be effective and impactful is like comes up in different ways every year. And in my first year here on the council, one of the ways that seemed to feel good to folks was the Raise Up Oregon plan. That was a place where people were feeling like, oh, this feels like this is something that people are holding on to and following. And I feel like the Raise Up Oregon plan, what that does do is it makes an attempt at what Robin just said, is like, here's the list of all the things that we should be focused on. And because it is such a complex system. But what I'm hearing in Marie's comment is, can we have something that's a level down that says, here is a very specific priority that we're holding right now. Yes, it's named in the Raise Up Oregon plan, and here are the strategies that it's named with, but it's a little bit more like I don't know, it's like task oriented, right? Of like, here's what we want to accomplish. Here are the steps that we think need to be involved in that. And that it gives us a little bit of some teeth to be able to say, hey, here's this thing that we're asking DELC and whoever to do. I don't know what the exact right mechanism is, but it feels like we're missing something.
All right. And John, I'm going to go to you again since Alyssa's not here. Do you have any response to that?
No, I appreciate the discussion and the thinking out loud. I think that so if there was a direct question though, Subin, around I mean, what I hear you saying is, where can Early Learning Council help direct the priorities within this coordinated system? And I think the council's structures on how they want to prioritize those things, we can work alongside you in ensuring that the levers that we have are the ones that we're helping put together the plan around how the Department of Early Learning and Care can move that forward. But if I missed a part of the statement or question, feel free to
just
that's good.
real
And
quick.
let me go to Peter.
Well, I was just going to say that the work in home visiting, I mean, 2.5 years ago, the council said we want to prioritize home visiting. Everything that's in Raise Up Oregon, we want to prioritize home visiting. So we've been focusing on that. And we got the presentation today that, progress has been made in that area. If we wanted to do the same sort of thing to say we want to focus on childcare for 2 years, we could. We have the full ability to form a committee that focuses on childcare. The huge difference is that we're finding in every region of the state is that if the finances don't pencil out, and we can't change that as a council. we we can do a lot with home visiting because there's a lot that exists we can coordinate, but with childcare, we can coordinate. And we heard when you were all down here in Ashland, you heard from Renee talk about how her hub is approaching it in terms of focus on rural, focus on support for the workforce, focus on access, focus on support for educators. But that takes a tremendous amount of revenue, of investment to actually make a difference on. So just want to make that point. We can make a difference in certain areas if we prioritize, but we do have to understand that we don't have unlimited, we don't have the resources to change a dynamic that's beyond our capacity.
Yeah, excellent reality check, Peter. Thank you. Marie.
So yes, but I would say yes and Peter. So I keep looking at Ruby's screen that says what if? And as she so aptly said, we have literally, and I haven't been a part of it, so I'm new to this game, but you all have been talking about this for over 30 years. And we're still in a childcare desert. We still have people who cannot afford childcare. We still have all the issues, right? We've been hearing about them every month for Subin 4 years, me 1.5 years on the council. So I guess for me, I'm at the point where I'm like, okay, what do we need to put in place to change? What are the things that we need to work with Delcon in order to streamline? What are the things that can be coordinated and collaborated in order to be better serve folks who need them? And let's figure out, what does that cost? I have no idea what realistic childcare costs. Like, let's put a number to it. I mean, what's the worst that can happen is they're going to say, whoever would take this from our information to legislature would say, there's no way, we can't fund that. Or they could say, okay, we're going to fix the system and we're going to pull these levers, and that's how the change is going to happen. I mean, otherwise, I feel like we are kind of like, we're just pulling pieces, which there's a lot of great work happening, clearly, obviously, great stuff going on, good things for kids, but what is it going to take for us to change the trajectory?
Well, just to throw out a really big figure, when Alyssa was asked that at some legislative hearing, I can't remember which one it was, and they said it was focused on ERDC. How do we make childcare affordable, right? Not just for the parents, but for the caregivers to provide the childcare. And it was to cover childcare for all kids in the state for a biennium was $2 billion. So just to get the ERDC wait list taken care of, the last figure I heard was $500 million. So that just gives us this scope, which is a little beyond DELC as well as beyond the council. But you're right, Marie. It's one that many of us have grappled with in a whole variety of different venues beyond the council, and still haven't figured out the next steps. John, are you willing to talk again?
Super brief statement. I just wanted to say that I think on Delk's side, and to answer Marie slightly, is we're putting together our research agenda that will be focused on answering some of those questions or getting at our focus area in some of those areas. So I think that's to come and something that we can also partner with the council on.
Oh, that's exciting. I'm sure the council would love to have some input into what that research calendar looks like, John, if you'd be open to that. Just the other reality check, I think, for all of us, when you look at the council, and thank goodness we have Gabby because she's fabulous. And last I heard, she's only one person. Now, she obviously partners with Harriet, who's fabulous. But the council doesn't have like this set of support staff, right? So we can't just say, okay, to our staff, let's go out and have you figure this out for us and come back with suggestions. So we're very dependent upon Alyssa and John and all of the Delk staff to help us figure out what is realistic for this council. And I am guessing that will be a very significant part of the council's retreat this fall, is saying and prepping for it so that when the council gets together in October, there are actually some options on the table to look at and say, let's try this one, let's try that one. But it seems to me, because so many of our meetings end up talking about this, the council's going to need to really grapple with this one and take it pretty seriously. So it'll be a 25-26 or 26-35, whatever. It won't come overnight. So great meeting, everyone. Boy, yes, Gabby, great job. And you and Harriet pulling all these presenters together. Remember, council, our next meeting, the last one before our summer break, is June 25th, and it's in person in Salem at Delk. So as we've done with other in-person meetings, we'll do a council dinner, kind of get together the night before for those of us who traveled to Salem the night before. So please put June 24th on your calendars for dinner. And then 25th will be our meeting focused on hubs. And as you know, we'll be adopting new rules for the hubs. So it'll be a very exciting meeting before the summer break. So any other comments, any questions, any final thoughts? Gabby, do you have any final
No, just
reminders?
really appreciate the discussion, and I will be following up with you all either before the end of the week or early next week, just to reach out in terms of accommodations and send additional details for the June council meeting. And I do want to preface that you all might have seen a very short July 9th rulemaking only meeting. So yes, summer break, but we do have a very short rulemaking meeting July 9th, so just don't want folks to lose sight of that. And it likely won't even be the full hour. So just letting folks know that that'll likely only be a 30-minute meeting, if that.
Has that time been set, Gabby?
Yes. It's on everyone's calendar for July 9th at 1 p.m.
Okay, super, great. All right, thanks everybody. Super meeting, great questions, great discussion, and we'll see you in June, if not before. Have a good afternoon.